The Open Public Meeting Law requires that anyone recording this meeting identify themselves and that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcasted by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communication. If there is anyone in the audience who is recording, please identify yourself now, just by raising. Okay, thank you. First item on the agenda, request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the November 14th, 2019 meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion approved. Item number 2, request authorization to enter into a lease extension with Haymarket Parcel 9 Investor LLC for the continued use of approximately 3,000 square feet on the 5th floor of 12 Channel Street within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Maureen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, other members of the board. Haymarket Parcel 9 Investor has been a tenant at 12 Channel Street, Suite 506, since December 1st, 2018. They're developing a new hotel named Canopy by Hilton in the Haymarket area. Haymarket Parcel 9 Investor requests to extend the lease of Suite 506 for 6 months beginning January 1st. Their current lease expires on December 31st. They want to extend from January 1st to June 30th and become a tenant at will, possibly for 3 months beyond that, till September 30th. The lease would go no longer than that. They are constructing a model hotel room and applying furnishings, equipment, and fixtures for review. The Suite 506 is approximately 3,000 square feet. The space is not air-conditioned and lacks any office build-out. It's just one large white box with nothing in it. It's previously been used by hotel mock-up spaces for local developers. Over the lease extension, fixed rent to BPDA will be calculated at $12 per square foot, triple net for the entire space. The rent collected for 6 months will be $18,000. And the additional rent per month for the 3-month tenancy at will be an additional $3,000 per month. Haymarket Parcel 9 Investor will also install a commercial-grade air conditioning system that will be considered a part of the suite, and it will be real property upon termination of the lease and will remain in the suite. Makes the suite much more marketable for the next tenant. Haymarket Parcel 9 Investor will also be responsible to pay its proportionate share of operating expenses for 12 Channel Street and the Marine Park, and will pay the utility provider for the electricity in the suite.
Okay. Does that conclude your presentation? Does
That's
that conclude? Okay.
Yes.
Any questions from the board? Hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Item number 3, request authorization to amend and restate the lease with Jamestown 1 Design Place for 1 Design Center Place within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park and to allow necessary changes for the continued operation of the Design Center showroom uses to allow new first floor and rooftop tenant amenities, to establish new financial considerations, to extend the term, and to take all related actions. Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jamestown is a prominent real estate development and management company with holdings in New York, California, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Florida, Alabama, North Carolina, Washington, D.C., and several properties in Latin America, as well as Boston, Massachusetts. Jamestown purchased the lease for the former 500,000 square foot Boston Design Center building in 2013. At the same time, they purchased the adjacent 800,000 square foot lease for property formerly known as the Bronstein Center. The combined 1.3 million square feet has been rebranded as the Innovation and Design Building. Jamestown has done an outstanding job of repositioning the buildings with over $100 million in improvements. The Innovation Design Building has an current occupancy exceeding 90%. Specifically speaking to the Design Center lease, the vision intent of the lease, which was originally signed in 1985, was to create a central location for both purveyors of high-end home decor and interior designers. The result was 5 floors of showrooms restricted to design professionals only. It's an 8-story building. Floors 2 through 6 was specifically for showrooms. The general public is not allowed to purchase products from the showrooms. The lease restricts the use of floors 2 through 6 for the design center uses, as I said. The business model was successful for the last few decades. However, with the advent of online shopping and the dramatic increase in property values in the seaport, the economics are starting to take a toll. While many of the design center businesses are thriving, others have been forced to move to less expensive markets or have gone out of business completely. All of this despite over $6 million invested by Jamestown specifically for marketing the design center showroom spaces. Jamestown and BPDA began discussions regarding the future of the design center over a year ago. And BPDA did not want to incentivize Jamestown to replace the showroom users, but we wanted to allow them the flexibility to adjust to the new economy. We're proposing the following changes to the lease. To allow showroom tenants to sell directly to the public, to extend the lease termination date to 2081 to be coterminous with the other section of the Innovation Design Building, remove the specific use restrictions on a floor-by-floor basis to allow Jamestown more flexibility, and allow Jamestown create a rooftop amenity to be enjoyed by tenants and visitors to the Innovation Design Building. To incentivize BPDA to allow the above management changes, the following financial modifications are requested. Replacing the percentage rent dominated formula to a base rent formula. The initial annual rent will will represent about a 32% increase in base rent. That rate will go up by 17% every 5 years. In the event that a showroom use does leave and is replaced by a different use, BPDA will also receive 6% of any gross income received by Jamestown for the lease of that vacated space. And in the event that the lease is sold, BPDA would receive 1.25% of the gross sale price for the first sale, 1.5% of the second, and 2% thereafter. We'll also receive 2% of any refinancing proceeds. And that's the end of my presentation.
Okay, great, thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item number 4, we have a informational update from Michelle.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Golden. If I may, given all the other important items, could we please defer this presentation to the next meeting?
Make a motion. A motion. Oh, no. We are going to defer this to the next meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Deferred. Okay, personnel. Heather.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Golden. We have several items for your consideration on the EDIC agenda this afternoon. 6 appointments with details in the board memos. Judy Fung, Transportation Planner 2, Jeffrey Thomas, Assistant to the Director of Planning, Kelly Sherman, Planner 1, Ocean Liu, Senior Planner for the Imagine Boston 2030 implementation, all in the Planning Division with start dates of December 16th, 2019, January 6th, 2020, and February 3rd, 2020, respectively. Erica Rokeman, Grants and Budget Assistant in the Administration and Finance Division with a start date of January 6th, 2020. Sarah Sarui, Workforce and Policy Manager in the Office of Workforce Development Division with a start date of January 13th, 2020. 5 employment service contracts with details listed in the board memo. Philip Gomez in the Management Information Systems Department. Joanne Evans in the Office of Financial Empowerment Department. Patricia Doherty in the Compliance Department. Paul Osborne in the Real Estate Capital Construction Department, and Rebecca Hansen, Special Advisor Fellow in the Real Estate Division with a start date of July 13th, 2020. We have 1 status change with details listed in your board memo. Carlos Barbosa, Case Manager and Project Lead in the Youth Options Unlimited Department. 3 travel items with details listed in the board memo. Abhishek Shukla, Software Developer from the MIS Division. Jack Halverson, Transportation Planning Assistant. Marcus Mello, Urban Designer 1 from the Planning Division. And lastly, 2 departures with details listed in the memo. Patrick Costello, Senior Case Manager, and Philip Hu, Planner 2.
Okay, thank you. Do we need to vote on that?
Yes, you do.
Yes, okay. Thank you, and a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, that concludes the EDIC portion of our meeting. I need a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn the EDIC meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Okay, so moving on to the next item. The open public meeting law requires that anyone recording this meeting identify themselves and that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcasted by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communication. If there is anyone who, in the audience today who is recording this meeting, please identify yourself now by show of hands. Okay. Okay, first item on the agenda, request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the November 14th, 2019 meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it. Motion passes. And I believe we have some representatives here that would like to make some comments. I'd like to invite you to come to the podium. And
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the members of the board and the BPDA staff. My name is City Councilor Ed Flynn. I'm also speaking on behalf of City Councilor Michael Flaherty. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. I want to voice my support for the proposed amendment to the Washington Village project located at 235 Old Colony Avenue. The project was approved before my time as a councilor, and I know that they're now seeking changes to the approved plans. I understand that the Andrews Square Civic Association supports these changes, and the IAG members have no issues with the changes as well. I believe that the proponent will continue to work with the city and the community to make sure that the project will ultimately benefit our neighborhood. I hope the board will vote to approve these changes sought by the development team. Thank you.
okay, thank you.
And Madam Chair, I have one other
Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board and the BPDA staff. My name is City Councilor Ed Flynn. I want to voice my support also for a proposed project at the Harriet Tubman House, located at 566 Columbus Avenue. This project is not just a development project, but it is also about saving the United South End settlements and the programs that are lifelines for so many in our community. It would be a great harm to our community if we lose over 350 affordable daycare seats for families who need deeply subsidized childcare to be able to go to work and afford to live here. This seal will not only protect those services, but will allow United South End Settlements to reinvest and double its capacity for infants and toddlers. United South End Settlements has been deliberate in their process to choose a developer for this building. They didn't merely take the highest bidder, they took the highest value for the community. And New Boston Ventures is a local South End organization. I believe that this sale would allow us to save the United South End Settlements. I know that this was not an easy decision, but I know that the public debate about the future of this property is needed. Ultimately, I believe that this sale and redevelopment would benefit our community in the long run. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Director Golden, members of the board, Patrick Lyons on behalf of State Representative Aaron Mikowitz. We'd like to weigh in on the Harriet Tubman House, 566 Columbus. Although that does lay outside of our district, we do feel as though United South End Settlements provides a great service for many of our constituents, so we'd like to echo the sentiments of the councilor and our colleague who hasn't spoken yet, but Representative Santiago, and be on record in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We will proceed with the next few items that I'm going to read all at once and take a vote. Request authorization to schedule a public hearing on January 16th, 2020 at 5:30 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the 290 Tremont Street parcel P12C project in the Midtown Cultural District within the South Cove Urban Renewal Area as a development impact project. Item number 3, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on January 16th, 2020 at 5:40 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the second amended and restated master plan for the planned development area number 94 Bartlett Place, Washington Street and Bartlett Street, Roxbury, and the Phase 4 development plan within such planned development area number 94. Item number 4, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on January 16th, 2020 at 5:50 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the housing creation proposal submitted by HYM Investments, the Community Builders, and Pine Street Inn in connection with the 3368 Washington Street project. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Okay, now moving on to the Board of Appeal. Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Paul Hamus, Director Golden. For you tonight, 53 recommendations to the Zoning Board of Appeal to be transmitted to them for their subcommittee hearing tonight and their full board hearings on December 17th and January 14th. There haven't been any changes made to the package since you've
Okay.
received it.
Any questions? Hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion
Thank you.
passes. Thank you. Item number 6, request authorization to co-petition the City of Boston Public Improvement Commission for adoption of a policy for climate resilience based on the City of Boston Public Works Department climate resilient design standards and guidelines for the protection of public rights of way. Joe.
Thank you, Ms. Chairwoman, members of the board, Director Golden, Secretary Palamas. I'm Joe Christo, Senior Resilience and Waterfront Planner on the Climate Change and Environmental Planning team in the Planning Division. As you noted, I'm here today to request that the Director be authorized to co-petition the City of Boston Public Improvements Commission for adoption of a policy for climate resilience. This policy builds on previous and current plans, including Climate Ready Boston, and is based on the climate resilient design standards and guidelines for protection of the public rights of way. These design standards and guidelines were released in October 2018. They were developed in collaboration with the Boston Planning and Development Agency. The city has prepared these guidelines to supplement previous reports and address both acute and chronic flooding due to sea level rise and storm surge to protect the public rights of way. The guidelines provide climate design adjustments for design of flood barriers and a process for evaluating design operations and maintenance and cost considerations. 4 sample barrier types and sample sites were selected to provide example design considerations in real-world context for designing flood protection for the rights of way. Therefore, this policy on climate resilience states that projects seeking certain approvals from the Public Improvement Commission must complete an evaluation to determine the risk of sea level rise and storm surge flooding on the adjacent public rights of way. If the project is within an area identified by Climate Ready Boston as vulnerable to coastal storms with sea level rise that will impact operation of the public rights of way, adequate measures to protect the public rights of way must be undertaken. Thank you for your consideration on this.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Okay, hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, item number 7. Request authorization to enter into a lease with the Massachusetts Port Authority for the use of parcel P-8A2 located on the southwesterly side of Terminal Street in the Charlestown Urban Renewal Area and to enter into a memorandum of agreement for the surrounding community mitigation benefits. Ray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, and members of the board. I'm pleased to tell the board that BPDA staff has now successfully negotiated the terms of a new long-term lease with Massport and is also finalizing the commitments to be included in a community benefits mitigation package to be memorialized in a memorandum of agreement between the two agencies. The existing lease, as well as the new lease for Little Mystic, stipulate that the permitted uses of the Little Mystic parcel are to remain reserved for maritime-related activities in compliance with the designated port area restrictions on the property. While the former 40-year long-term lease was at $1 per year as a concession made to the BRA at the time for development of the Navy Yard, the new lease is much more reflective of the site's value. The new business terms for the lease include the following. The new fixed rent term shall begin at $160,000 per year. The escalation of lease payments will be the higher of 10% every 5 years, or the cumulative amount of the consumer price index over the 5-year period. The initial term of lease shall run from January 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2026. There will be 5 option periods of 5 years each, terminating on June 30th, 2051, expiring coterminously with Massport's sublease with its Autoport tenant. Massport and the BPDA shall enter into a memorandum of agreement to memorialize Massport and the Autoport's commitment to delivering a set of community benefits in consideration for the continued designated port area activities at the Little Mystic parcel. While the Autoport is an integral part of the economy of the region, the Charlestown neighborhood directly outside of the Autoport is heavily impacted by the industrial activities that go on there. Therefore, a critical consideration within BPDA's decision to enter into a new lease with Massport was Massport's willingness to agree to a meaningful community benefits investment package to mitigate impacts of living in close proximity to the Autoport. Accordingly, Massport and the Autoport are agreeing to the following benefits. Massport will install a planted landscape screening as a visual buffer along the waterfront side of the Little Mystic parcel to screen views of industrial activities for residents across the Little Mystic Channel. This buffer will be planted so as not to preclude the potential future installation of a harbor walk extension on the parcel. Around the existing Little Mystic Channel Harbor Walk, Massport will cause the Autoport to perform a one-time community cleanup in spring of 2020 to be responsive to the wishes of the Charles Newtown development residents. Massport will cause the Autoport to create a 3-year, $5,000 annual scholarship for Charles Newtown and Boston Housing Authority Charlestown residents for vocational technical education. Massport and the Autoport will provide a report to the BPDA on salt control measures to be responsive to community concerns about the management of the salt pile that's located at the Autoport. At Barry Playground, which is across the Little Mystic Channel from the Little Mystic parcel, Massport will coordinate with Mass Department of Transportation to install a new pedestrian and bicycle connection under the Tobin Bridge to provide direct access from the existing harbor walk along the southern side of the Little Mystic Channel to the existing harbor walk within the Charlestown Navy Yard and beyond. Providing this missing link is an important environmental justice investment by improving access to open space for local residents, including lower income residents of the BHA and other housing developments in this area of Charlestown. The connection will also improve regional networks of open space for people across Greater Boston. Massport will work closely with the BPDA, Pan Am Railways, the owners of Mystic Branch Railroad tracks that are located nearby on parallel land that abuts Medford Street, the Flatley Company, and other nearby abutters with property rights to provide a continuous separated bicycle and pedestrian community path following the route of Massport's Mystic Branch Rail Corridor from Main Street near Sullivan Square to the vicinity of 275 Medford Street in Charlestown. This path serves the same environmental justice goals by improving access to the public open spaces on the north side of Charlestown, including Ryan Playground, the Charlestown High School sports facilities, Barry Playground, and the Charlestown Navy Yard Harbor Walk. All of these commitments were directly requested by community stakeholders during the community process and illustrate the BPDA's commitment to use its real estate holdings to advance community development objectives through community-oriented planning. These investments also represent commitments by Massport, the Autoport, the Flatley Company, and other area property owners to be good neighbors to the Charlestown community. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion
Okay,
passes.
thank you.
Item number 8, request authorization to enter into license agreements with the Anthem Group Incorporated for a winter-themed activation space in Shipyard Park in the Charlestown Navy Yard and for related equipment storage. Lauren.
Madam Chair, Director Golden, members of the board. Through a public RFP process, The BPDA granted short-term license for the use of Shipyard Park and the Charlestown Navy Yard and the concession area to the Anthem Group, who opened the Anchor Bar. Over the course of the 2019 summer session, the Anchor became a popular neighborhood watering hole and was also frequented by tourists in the city of Boston that were visiting the USS Constitution and the USS Cass and Young Navy ships. The BPDA had negotiated a community-oriented rent arrangement to encourage free community activation programming, including arts performances, live music, youth field trips, and improvements to Shipyard Park and other public benefits. Taking advantage of the successes of the summer programs and interest for year-round activation in the area, Anthem has proposed a winter activation. Anthem plans to showcase decorated trees, holiday-themed patio decorations, visits with Santa, caroling, as well as a toy and food drive. BPDA staff believe these events will continue to be popular with the community and activate the Charlestown Navy Yard in the spirit of the pilot activation. We ask the board to recommend the director be authorized to enter into a license agreement with the Anthem Group to open Anchor in Shipyard Park from December 12th to 15th, and again from December 19th to 22nd.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes.
Thank
you. Item number 9. Request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals for consultant services for the Planned New Market, the 21st Century Economy Initiative. Ted.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you. So I am here to request authorization for an RFP for consultants to assist with the upcoming Planned New Market study. Just to frame this in the larger context of our other planning work in the city, this is based in the findings of Imagine Boston 2030, and New Market on the map is identified as one of the areas for expanded neighborhoods. Zooming in on the geography of New Market a little bit closer, Imagine Boston identified New Market as a place where industrial uses should be preserved and there should be new commercial growth. This is a fun project because this is more traditional Euclidean zoning that has the idea of preserving industrial uses and separating it out from other uses. A lot of our other initiatives these days are focused on finding opportunities for new housing growth, and this, in contrast, is focused on finding opportunities for new jobs and preserving the jobs that are there. In the image on the left, to orient folks, that is what it looks like on the ground in the New Market neighborhood. This is where South Boston, the South End, Dorchester, and Roxbury all meet. The building in the background, it's a little hard to see in this image, that's 1010 Mass Ave, and this is set back a little bit adjacent to Clifford Playground. So in terms of the jobs and who's working there now, the bar chart, the most important number on the left in the pie chart is 40% of the workers are from Boston, 25% of the workers in that area are from Dorchester, and then 11% of the people who work in that neighborhood are from Roxbury. So the New Market area is a very important center of jobs for Boston residents, and the geographic distributions of those jobs are indicated on the right side. The sector with the highest number of jobs is actually the public sector. 1010 Mass Ave accounts for a lot of that. There are a lot of municipal workers. And then also shipping and distribution, as well as construction. So these are jobs right now that provide opportunities for people with a wide range of educational backgrounds, and one of the goals of this planning study is to understand how to preserve those type of jobs while also growing the area. So for the main things that we'll look at in the consultant scope, the primary question is an economic and land use policy question of what does a 21st century industrial neighborhood look like for Boston? What are the future job uses, and then how can those coexist with the jobs that are there now? And then the other three items really flow from that. What are the public realm and urban design guidelines that will flow from that? What is the built environment going to look like? Questions about mobility recommendations. So this is an area where the roads are primarily laid out for freight and for trucking. But with all these people working here and 2 T stations within walking distance, how can they better accommodate other modes? And then also climate resiliency. One thing that's not on here that's in our larger RFP document is that Newmarket is an area where people who seek services for addiction and recovery treatment receive those services, and we want to ensure that those services continue to be provided and can coexist with future uses. And it's also an area where there's a lot of art production and art jobs, and we also seek to retain that. So the final slide where we are in our process, this picture is of a workshop we had over the summer where we socialized these goals and ideas with stakeholders. It affirmed our understanding of the planning issues and then also what was laid out in Imagine Boston. And so now that we've incorporated these goals into our RFP, we seek to issue it in the new year and then do our planning over the course of the next 12 months. And then I hope to see you again in about a year as we're starting to wrap up the process. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Item number 10, request authorization to advertise and issue an invitation for bids for the environmental remediation and demolition of the former power plant building 108 located in the Charlestown Navy Yard. Paul.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polimus and Director Golding. I've been to the board a few times before, and I was discussing what the conditions are for that building out there in the Navy Yard. It's a 120-year-old structure that was built by the Navy for the heating plant for the when it was actually a Navy Yard for the U.S. government, and it's been abandoned for about 46 years, from what I know, when the federal government shut it down. If you can see that picture there, Building 108 is right in the center there. If you can really see it well, you can notice that a lot of the roof structure is partially collapsed in that area. To the right is the long length of the rope walk building as well. The project is fairly challenging, only because of the proximity and the closeness with the varying structures that are fully occupied. But we were up to the challenge, and we're ready to move forward with that particular project. So that's one of the facade of the building there that's facing the rope walk building. It's about 85 feet in total height. The building inspector notified us with a violation earlier this year, saying that the building is unsafe and it needed to be taken care of, and we proactively went forward with a lot of procurement through engineering and contractors to do some work related to that stabilized some of the structure. Here's a shot looking inside of it. A lot of the walls have lead-coated paint. There's a significant heavy-duty construction and equipment pads that were there for the former equipment that the federal government took out. All of it's contaminated. In this shot here, you can see the roof structure itself. It's very precarious, and a lot of the trusses right now are not bearing on the lintels, which would adequately support the roof framing. That was my biggest challenge, because I couldn't allow anything in the building because of the proximity of the hazards here, not only the contamination, but also the structure itself. Most of my investigations was centered around drones. I flew drones in there. We took photographs, and we quantified a lot of the materials based upon that information. Otherwise, it's a hazard. It was not eligible to go inside. Here's a section that shows the collapsed floor in one of the boiler rooms. Typical process where there's nothing of salvage value here. That particular shot shows the missing roof above, bringing in the light. So therefore, all of the roof structure above is very precarious and somewhat hazardous.
Mm-hmm.
Just another photograph there showing the existing conditions of the structure and just overall dilapidated condition of what we're dealing with. This is a safety barrier wall that we installed as a result of the violation notice that we received from the building department. There was a major fracture on that particular wall, and that faced the rope walk building, and we immediately built that safety structure in place because we didn't want anybody getting hurt. So on a little bit of history, February 7th, 2019, we received that violation notice from the Inspection Services Department indicating that the building was unsafe and in danger of collapse. And BPDA immediately authorized design consultant Weston Sampson to perform engineering evaluations, and they recommended to erect the safety barrier that I just showed. The safety barrier wall was installed in May and June of this year. We're working close coordination with EPA and Mass DEP. We needed to do that because of the contaminated levels that are in the building. specific thresholds of PCB trigger involvement by the EPA. We're also working very closely with the Inspection Services Department. Sean Lydon, he's the Assistant Commissioner who wrote the violation. We applied for and got the Massachusetts Historical Commission authorization to move forward on the demolition because the building is in fact considered historic. We received that on October 22nd. Significant work has been performed to assess the building for environmental remediation and building demolition requirements, which is needed to prepare contract bid documents, all in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 149. Bidding documents have been prepared, and the advertisement for this project is scheduled to be placed in January. It is expected to be about a 6-week bidding schedule. Due to the complexity of this project, significant site constraints, disposal costs, and regulatory requirements, the current cost estimate is approximately between $5 to $7 million. Once a successful bidder is apparent, an award recommendation will be brought to the board in March 2020. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those questions, please.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board?
I have one question, Priscilla. Paul, how will the people living and working near this building and the people working on this site be protected from the asbestos and the toxics? You know,
Right.
doesn't that just go out?
Well, whether it's the nearby neighbors or the actual workers themselves, there's a whole health and safety plan that has to be created by the contractor utilizing an environmental specialist that'll prepare a plan that will be submitted to our LSP. And the state has a lot of regulations required that they must follow based upon the type of contaminant that you have within the building. Primarily, it's a lot of wetting down the materials that is there so it doesn't become airborne. Asbestos is only a problem if it becomes airborne because of the ingestion factor. I've done buildings similar to this before, and the process that we followed worked quite well. So I'm optimistic that this will be a positive project as well.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions from the board? Hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you
Motion
very much.
passes. Thank you. Item number 11, request authorization to advertise and issue an invitation for bids for the construction of the Long Wharf seawall repairs in the Central Wharf District. Paul?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As part of the City of Boston fiscal year 2018 funding, the board authorized CLE Foth Engineering to conduct a Long Wharf structural conditions assessment in January 2018. 2 immediate repairs were identified in the assessment. One was a timber walk leveling and repair project, which was completed in November of 2018. And the second one was a Long Wharf seawall repairs, which is the subject of this particular vote. The repairs to the 180 feet seawall is necessary due to the unstable conditions to the granite foundation and pilings, and the proposed repair will prevent any future settlement or failure. The repair will involve driving new steel sheeting along the entire south-facing seawall in the general proximity of the harbor ferry boats, as this area is the only area not reinforced as of yet. Coordination has already been addressed with the ferry boat operators as well as the MBTA, and both determined that there is no negative impact with the project or their operations. Permits for this project has been secured, which included the Boston Conservation Commission, Mass DEP Waterways Division, as well as the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Funding has been approved for this project and is available. Bids will be solicited in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 30, 39M. And once bids are received, reviewed, and approved, a request to award this project will be presented to the board in January.
Okay.
Excuse me, February.
February.
I'm not that good.
All right. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you
Motion
very much.
passes. Thank you. Item number 12, request authorization to advertise and issue an invitation for bids for a 3-year contract with 2 one-year renewal options for the Shipyard Park Landscape and Maintenance Service Program at the Charlestown Navy Yard. John, or no.
Hi. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm lucky enough to work closely with John Fitzgerald, but I'll be presenting this item and the following item today. My name is Laura Melly, and I'm the Deputy Director of Real Estate Administration, and I'm here to request your authorization as was read, to advertise and issue an invitation for bids for landscaping and maintenance services at Shipyard Park, located within the Charlestown Navy Yard. My colleague Lauren spoke a little bit earlier today about some of the exciting things that are taking place in that area, and so these services are essential to maintaining a very visible civic space that includes open space, a splash pad and fountain, a tot lot, a recreation area, and the Korean War Veterans Memorial. Services under this contract will be provided year-round, not only landscaping, but also snow removal in specific areas within the Navy Yard. The total contract price will be based on the competitive bidding process, subject to board approval, but is not expected to exceed $150,000 per year, with a contingency of an additional $20,000 per year for unanticipated items. The invitation for bid will be advertised widely. The BPDA has invested in advertising in local and multilingual publications in addition to the legally required advertising, and our staff will be doing affirmative outreach, leveraging in part the city and state directories of diverse businesses. And the contract will, of course, be awarded to the responsible and responsive bidder with the lowest total bid price. As you mentioned, the term of the contract will be 2 years with up to 3 one-year extension options. And so with that, I'm happy to take any questions that the board may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you. Before we go to item number 13, we have Representative Santiago here. So we want to invite you to the podium as
Great.
we
Thank
normally
you,
do. So please.
Madam Chair and members of the board, Mr. Golden. As was stated, my name is John Santiago. I'm the state representative for the 9th Suffolk District. I'm also a resident of the South End, Lower Roxbury, and I'm here to speak in favor of the minor modification. This statement was written on behalf of myself and as well as Councilor Kim Janey. We have listened carefully to the debate surrounding the sale of the United South End Settlements building at 566 Columbus Ave, known as the Harriet Tubman House. We've also spoken to countless neighbors who are committed to ensuring that USUS can continue to serve the South End and Roxbury families as it has for the past 127 years. As your elected officials, we cannot and will not imagine the South End without USUS and the important services they provide to neighborhood families. Therefore, while we understand the frustration of some of our community, and as difficult as the situation is, we support USUS in their mission to save the organization from financial ruin by selling their building. Founded by 6 African-American women in 1906, the Harriet Tubman House opened on Holyoke Street in the South End and has a home to black women migrating from the South. Moving to several locations before settling on Columbus Avenue, the legacy of Harriet Tubman has never been wed to bricks and mortar, but to its commitment to serving those most in need. Today, her memory is honored with programming and services aimed at disrupting the cycle of poverty, as is the mission of USUS and the various tenants that have called this building home over the years. There are currently 350 children and families who rely on USUS services, over 80% from communities of color and over 70% from low-income families. Many of USUS families need these services to stay afloat in an otherwise expensive neighborhood. If the sale of 566 Columbus does not go through, USUS will be forced to shut down and close its doors permanently. That would only exacerbate the gentrification we seek to curtail. Without USUS, we will lose our largest local provider of social services to low-income families. And as your elected officials, we will not allow this to happen and will continue to assure that nonprofit organizations in our community can continue their good work into the future. Regarding the USUS proposal, a socially responsible and viable plan with community input has been crafted for the sale of its property at 566 Columbus Ave. They selected a locally invested development partner and a diverse team that understands our neighborhood because its members live and work there. The sale will have other benefits, including affordable housing that exceeds city's requirements, 11 residential units set aside for live workspace for artists who have been displaced from the Piano Factory and other nearby locations, home ownership opportunities, and new minority equity investment opportunities for communities of color, construction and permanent employment for more women and people of color, and almost 5,000 square feet of space dedicated to community programming for nonprofit partners and neighborhood groups. The sale will also allow USUS to double their service capacity. And finally, the development team has worked with all 6 existing nonprofit tenants to assist them with relocation at no financial cost to them. We recognize the development and gentrification issues have divided our neighborhood for decades. Since taking office less than 2 years ago, we have been outspoken against displacement and have worked tirelessly with residents and activists to seek solutions to our housing crisis and to fight for a more equitable and inclusive future. In this case, there will be far more harm in losing childcare, early education, mentoring, after-school and summer programs, and financial empowerment services for our most in-need neighbors than the sale of an inefficient building costing USUS more than $350,000 annually to operate and in need of millions of dollars of deferred maintenance. However, given the existing socioeconomic disparities in our community, to do anything that undermines the survival of institutions that provide critical services to vulnerable families is not an option. The only choice before us is one that ensures the viability of USUS well into the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, this is not open to comment at the moment. I'm gonna have to ask you to please comply with the rules and be silent, or I'll have to ask you to leave. Thank you. Moving on, item number 13. Request authorization to execute a contract with Colliers International New England, LLC, for commercial property management at the China Trade Building located at 2 Boylston Street in Chinatown in the amount of $664,543 for 3 years, with the BRA also holding 2 one-year options if exercised. Contract amount not to exceed $1,141,463. Laura.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, Director, and members of the board. Again, my name is Laura Melly, and I'm the Deputy Director for Real Estate Administration. Given the China Trade Center's historic and cultural character and its role in providing economic opportunities for the community as well as revenue for the agency, it's critical that that building receives expert oversight and management. We've had a contract for the past 3 years with Colliers for property management at the China Trade Center. And given that that contract expires at the end of this year, we went through an RFP process. We received 3 proposals in response to our RFP, and we evaluated each of the respondents' plan of service for specifically operations and maintenance, the qualifications of the firm, and in particular the experience of the staff, including the on-site manager, the site personnel, and the overall resource allocation. There's a lot of activity at the China Trade Center and out on Liberty Tree Plaza, which we also manage. We have really diverse tenants as well as visitors, and so it's really important to have the right folks coordinating all of that and really overseeing all of that. So taking into account their proposal and their proposed fee, along with their demonstrated dedication, expertise, and ability to work collaboratively, we are confident that Colliers will provide the best value as property manager at the China Trade Center. Their proposed fees are higher than other respondents, but we feel that those fees accurately reflect the services that we need and the dedication and level of expertise that we really need to ensure the success of the activities in that building day to day. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, a motion is in order. So moved. Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 14. Request authorization to extend the tentative designation with Tenants Development Corporation as redeveloper of 151 Lenox Street in the South End Urban Renewal Area for the development of a community center and to take all related matters. Right.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, and members of the board. I'm requesting an additional 90-day extension to the tentative designation originally voted at the June 2018 board for Tenants Development Corporation of Roxbury. TDC is proposing to develop an approximately 18,000 square foot 4-story community center, including office space for its headquarters on BPDA-owned parcel 22A located at 151 Lenox Street in the South End Urban Renewal Area. Since the last extension of its tentative designation in September, TDC reports the following updates. First, they've been working with Landmark Structures on preliminary construction pricing of the revised schematic design and specifications, and secondly, they received a $6.6 million construction estimate for an approximately 18,500 square foot schematic design. The $6.6 million construction estimate brings the total development cost back in line with their RFP response. The cost reduction was achieved by the removal of both the floor of commercial space and the basement level. The gymnasium was moved to the first floor and the elevated running track eliminated. The programmatic space of 13,000 square feet remains approximately the same as in their RFP submission. TDC expects to use the requested 90-day extension to work on the following. 1, continue adjusting the schematic design and potential floor layouts to reflect the reduced envelope and reconfigured interiors of the tenant and community spaces. 2, work with Waterville Consulting, who are newly on board, to advance the capital campaign. 3, move towards commencing the zoning approval process and design development drawings. 4, continue with fundraising efforts, including the submission of foundation grant applications, media outreach, and cultivation events. And 5, update MHIC and Mass Development regarding their applications for the 2020 New Market Tax Credits round. Staff requests that TDC receive an extension to their tentative designation to continue moving forward with these activities, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions from the board?
Given the scope of what it is you anticipate doing here, is 90 days enough?
Probably not, but we've been, working. I think starting next year, we're going to start having monthly meetings with TDC to help them really, get traction and really make some progress. Yeah, we don't anticipate that 90 days will be sufficient, but we have been doing it in these smaller increments just to kind of, try to keep the momentum going.
And is there a sense of how far along they are with their capital campaign?
They're sort of still at the beginning stages, but they've hired some new consultants that they're anticipating will help spur the campaign. And I know at the last board, actually, you had asked if this development was in an opportunity zone, and I had said it wasn't, but actually it is in an opportunity zone. So I think doing the monthly meetings, maybe we'll be able to come up with some creative ways to really, get the project really moving along.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, a motion is in order. So moved. Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
The ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 15. Request authorization to extend the tentative designation of Madison Tropical LLC as a redeveloper of a portion of Parcel 10 of the Southwest Corridor Development Plan, known as Parcel B, for 3 months until March 31st, 2020, and to authorize the extension of the temporary lease agreement for Madison Tropicals LLC's continued use of Parcel B for parking. Ebony.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Golden. We are pleased to present a request for an extension to the tentative designation of Madison Tropical LLC as redeveloper of the Parcel 10 site. By way of brief background, the partnership for the Madison Tropical Parcel 10 master development includes Madison Park Development Corporation as master developer and Tropical Foods International as development partner. MPDC has been an active participant in the physical and economic enhancement of the Lower Roxbury District over the past several decades, specializing in the creation of high-quality mixed-income housing in both rental and home ownership opportunities, comprising approximately 1,200 units. Similarly, MPDC has built a proven record in community development through its leading role in the creation or rehabilitation of approximately over 76,000 square feet of commercial space in buildings that have attracted new business and created over 250 job opportunities. The Madison Tropical Development, Parcel 10, consists of 3 phases: the expansion of Tropical Foods, which is now complete, the creation of mixed-use affordable rental development at 2101 Washington Street, also complete, and the 3rd phase at 2085 Washington Street at the corner of Washington Street and Melnia Cass Boulevard, which is now currently under review. Since being granted tentative designation in May 2012, the Madison Tropical team has made important progress relative to the completion of the development, including successful use of a Mass Works infrastructure grant from the Commonwealth's Executive Office of Housing and Economic Development to support environmental remediation on the site. Madison Tropical team Article 80 approval for the development at the BPDA board meeting of June 2013. MPDC has invested $2 million of its own equity into the Madison Tropical Parcel 10 Master Development Project and has completed programming, Article 80 permitting, common area site improvements, and a significant scope of environmental remediation for the Parcel 10 Master Development site. Recent activity over the last few months related to the project and the tentative designation includes 2101 Washington Street. Completion of the adaptive reuse and historic renovation of 2101 Washington Street, now referred to as 9 William Street, is completed, improving the Washington Street corridor and adding 30 mixed income units. As of this writing, the 9 market rate units and some of the affordable units have been leased, and the remaining affordable unit leasing is in progress. One of the 3 retail spaces under agreement to the Clubhouse Network, which is relocating its headquarters and youth STEM program from the Museum of Science to Dudley Square. Further work is underway to secure tenancy for the additional retail/commercial uses with a goal of having the building fully occupied by third quarter 2018. Next is 2085 Washington Street. This building was originally proposed as a new commercial building at Washington and Melnia Cass Boulevard. The development had sought a major credit tenant, working leasing agent, NAI/Hunman. Following appropriate due diligence and review with the Project Review Committee, the development team has opted to make a change in proposed program from commercial to housing. A notice of project change for Building B was submitted on October 31st, 2019 for a program to include the creation of affordable rental and condo units along with a reduced retail component on the ground floor. It is a recommendation of staff and of the Oversight Committee that an extension to the tentative designation would be appropriate to allow the development team to complete the notice of project change process. That concludes remarks at this time. Joining us today is Leslie Reed, President of Madison CDC, who is available to answer questions if needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ebony. Do we have any questions from the board? Hearing none, a motion is in order. So moved. Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 16, request authorization to extend the tentative designation with Jackson Partners LLC as redeveloper excuse me, for the development parcels in Roxbury and Jamaica Plain and to take all related actions. Ebony.
Madam
Me
Chair, I'm
again.
going to recuse myself from this vote. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon again, me again. Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Golden, we are pleased to present a recommendation to the Board of Directors for an extension to the designation of Jackson Square Partners. The team of Jackson Square Partners includes Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Development Corporation, Urban Edge Neighborhood Development Corporation, Hyde Square Task Force, and the Community Builders. Jackson Square Partners, LLC, proposes a phased, mixed-use neighborhood development to replace a number of existing vacant and underutilized public and private parcels totaling approximately 11.2 acres located in the area surrounding the Jackson Square MBTA station in the Roxbury and Jamaica Plain communities of Boston. This proposed development is a result of a comprehensive community planning. The proposed development is anticipated to be completed in 4 phases, the total of which includes 452,000 square feet of housing space containing approximately 429 units of mixed income housing. 150 units will be condominium units and 270 will be rental units. 250 will be affordable to households earning up to 80% of the area median income. 39 units will be affordable to households earning between 81% and 110% of the AMI. 500 off-street parking spaces and 120 on-street parking spaces will also be constructed in the proposed project. The proposed project will also include the construction of 67,700 square feet of first-floor retail space and 13,500 square feet of office space that will be distributed across the site, and 50,600 square feet of recreational community center space for youth and families in the Jackson Square/Roxbury areas. Of the aforementioned components, one change to the overall program is the removal of the approximately 75,000 square feet of recreational facility. Owing to the participation of multiple parties, the BPDA has acted as an agent to issue a request for proposals for the redevelopment of certain parcels pursuant to a memorandum of agreement entered into the designation parties, including the MBTA, and the Massachusetts Development Finance Agency. Approve a memorandum of recommendation setting conditions for tentative designation and final designation. The most recent tentative designation extension was approved through December 31st, 2019. Significant activity undertaken over the last several months includes Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Development Corporation has assembled all financing for 25 Amory and expects to close shortly. We have applied for a building permit at ISD and are about to execute a construction contract. We are reviewing loan documents and preparing to close. The Community Builders is working on assembling financing for 250 Center Street. The Community Builders received an award of city funding and expects to apply to DHCD for funding this month. Sewer relocation project is completed. Successful use of Mass Works grant to support completion of infrastructure improvements. Finalizing land disposition agreement. Additional milestones reached relative to the overall development. Closing on financial and beginning construction at 25 Amory. Activity that is anticipated in the upcoming calendar year. Construction of 25 Amory Street. Construction of Amory Street by City of Boston in late 2020. Assembling of financing of 250 Center Street, closing in late 2020 or 2021. It is the opinion of staff that in light of the accomplishments reached to date by Jackson Square Partners, that an extension to the tentative designation would be appropriate. This ends my remarks. I would like to acknowledge the presence of David Aiken from Community Builders, who is here in the event that there are any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ebony. Any questions from the board?
Where would the functions that were proposed for the recreational space now go?
Hi, good afternoon, Madam and members of the board. As a representative of the Community Builders here focused on the Site 3 Phase 3 projects, which is 25 Amory and 250 Center Street, I can't speak to the Recreation Center. I know that Urban Edge, who's been leading the charge on that, will be filing an upcoming notice of project change, I believe, in 2020 as they undertake a community process for that. But in the immediate, we're focused on these upcoming 2 residential mixed-use buildings that are hopefully underway over the course of the next few months and the course of the next year.
So the expectation is that Urban Edge would likely proceed with some form of recreational space there?
I think they and Jackson Square Partners will be coming in over the course of 2020 with a project change on that. I'm unable to speak further to where they are in that community process at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions from the board? Hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Aye. Okay. Item number 17. Request authorization to adopt a minor modification to the South End Urban Renewal Plan with respect to Parcel 17 to allow a mixed-use building located at 566 Columbus Avenue to issue a scoping determination waiving further review pursuant to Article 80, Section 80B-5.3D of the Zoning Code for the construction of 66 residential homeownership units, including 11 IDP Artist Live Work units, 5,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space, and 42 off-street parking spaces located at 566 Columbus Avenue, to enter into an amended and restated land disposition agreement and to take all related actions. And before we begin the presentation, this is a reminder that this item is not a public hearing and there will be no testimony taken from the audience. I want you to be assured that the board has received and reviewed all of your comments that have been submitted. So with that, Michael, you can begin.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. The project before you is 566 Columbus Avenue in the South End, also identified as Parcel 17 of the South End Urban Renewal Plan. It is currently the site of the Harriet Tubman House, which is owned and operated by United South End Settlements. USES has decided to sell the site and consolidate their services into their remaining buildings. This is being done to save the organization from financial burden and preserve their ability to provide crucial social services to the community well into the future. USES put a request for proposal out on the site, which is awarded to New Boston Ventures as the potential owner and developer. The proposal is to construct an approximately 89,700 square foot mixed-use building consisting of affordable ground floor commercial space made up of approximately 5,000 square feet, as well as 66 condominiums, 55 which will be market rate, and 11 which will be affordable artist live work units, which would achieve 17% IDP, along with 42 below-grade parking spaces. In order for this project to move forward, it will require a minor modification of the Urban Renewal Plan for the change of use, along with the Article 80B Large Project Review approval. The proposed project will also need to receive South End Landmarks approval. Aside from an approval for a G-Cod permit, the proposed project is zoning compliant. Some mitigation highlights. New Boston Ventures has agreed to continue honoring the existing mural, but will relocate it. They have agreed to keep the ground floor active as it is today. They have also been instrumental in helping relocate the existing tenants and have also committed to providing $250,000 to community benefits package to help nonprofits in the South End and Lower Roxbury communities. A letter of intent was submitted to the BPDA on May 30th, 2019. An impact advisory group was formed, and the proponents subsequently filed their project notification form on July 30th, 2019. The BPDA held 2 IAG meetings and 1 public meeting. All 3 were very spirited meetings, with the most recent being held this past Monday, December 9th. While we understand that the sale of the building is difficult for some stakeholders, it is necessary in order for USES to survive. Therefore, we have agreed to keep an open dialogue going regarding the ground floor use and plan to engage the city, development team, and all stakeholders in conversation over the future of the ground floor. I will now turn it over to Masharia Ware-Little from USES, who will speak briefly, and then turn it over to the development team to go over their presentation in more detail, after which we would be happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
This is an open hearing. Please
Good,
proceed.
good afternoon. My name is Maisharia Weir-Light. I'm the president and CEO of United South End Settlements. Madam Chair, members of the board, and Director Golden, thank you for the opportunity to come before you and for your consideration in helping us at this most critical time for United South End Settlements' future and the hundreds that we serve. As the president and CEO of United South End Settlements, we have been struggling to meet the challenges we face dealing with the cost of a deteriorating building, costing hundreds of thousands of dollars to maintain. USES is a nonprofit organization with a mission to harness our diverse community to disrupt the cycle of poverty for children and their families. For the past 128 years, USES has provided high quality and affordable education, enrichment, and financial empowerment services to our most vulnerable populations in the city. Today, over 350 children and their families rely on USES for affordable early childhood education, out-of-school time programming, including a summer sleepaway camp, family engagement, and workforce development services. 70% of our families receive financial assistance for our programs, and 82% represent communities of color. For almost 2 decades, USES has struggled financially to keep afloat due to the changing economic and philanthropic environment. Like many nonprofits, we find ourselves at a crossroads, and we've had to make difficult decisions that have led us here. Selling 566 Columbus Avenue is our last financial lifeline. The proceeds from this sale will be directly reinvested into the community to expand programs for the whole family. We will create a comprehensive campus at our Rutland Street location to include the 4th iteration of the Harriet Tubman House. It will also ensure the financial future of this organization. We cannot delay the sale of this building, and if we don't sell this building, USES is at risk of closing its doors within the next 6 months, leaving our families without services. We chose New Boston Ventures as our preferred buyer because of their commitment to the community, which is demonstrated through their significant community benefits that they've proposed. This includes preserving a community space that will continue the legacy of the Harriet Tubman House. We would like to thank the hundreds of supporters throughout our community who have stood by us. Too many to list here, but among them are elected officials, Councilor Kim Janey, Representative John Santiago, Joyce and Mel King, and sister organizations like EBA, Pine Street Inn, Castle Square Tenants, and many more. We understand that some will not be happy about the move, no matter what we do. Our goal, though, is to simply continue to serve those we serve and who depend on us. In closing, I want to underscore a few things about the sale. No one is losing their home by this sale. In fact, there will be at least 8 affordable units that will be added to our community. All nonprofit tenants are being relocated with their expenses fully covered. USES will continue to bring together people from different backgrounds to build community, and USES will continue to grow and expand its services to more children and families. Today, I stand here on behalf of our 350 families, our 40-member staff of educators and leaders, and our board of directors, and ask that you join us in ensuring another 100 years of service to this community. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you. Now,
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Director Golden, and members of the board. My name is Jonathan Garland. I'm with J. Garland Enterprises. We are the design architects for the proposed project. At this point, I'll bring you through a brief design presentation and also ask David Goldman if he can hand out just a very quick one-pager to the board. It's just a back and front one-pager, and I'll get to that at the end of our graphic presentation. So looking at the screen, just a bit about the program. We are proposing 66 residential homeownership units on this site, 11 of which will be income-restricted artist live work. That's a direct response to what we heard in the community with respect to artists that are being displaced currently from the Piano Factory building. That percentage would exceed the city's IDP with where we're proposing at 17%. The dot in the blue is just a locus map showing where this project is with regard to the south end. It's right at the corner of Mass Ave and Columbus Ave. Here's a picture of the existing building, which you can see it's a brick masonry building, 3 stories in height. Here's a shot of the existing building from Columbus Avenue. One of the things that we started as we talked with the neighborhood, and I should also reference that this will be a building that is fully compliant with zoning. We're not looking for any zoning relief with regard to height, FAR, setbacks, you name it. This is a zoning compliant project. One of the things that we wanted to focus on, though, was being compatible with the look and feel and scale and massing of the neighborhood. As you can see, along Mass Ave, as some of the major thoroughfares intersect Mass Ave, whether it's Huntington, Tremont, Washington, Shawmut Avenue, or even Columbus Ave, the buildings tend to get a little bigger at that intersection. It's sort of like a bookending effect. And so our project at 6 stories, we feel is very compatible with the nature of the south end. Here's a site plan where you can see the 3 major streets, Mass Ave on the left side, Columbus Ave across the top, West Springfield along the right. We're also very proximate in terms of public transportation. There's our site in the blue, and we're very close to the Mass Ave Orange Line, the Symphony Green Line, as well as a number of bus stops that are right at our site and very close by. Looking more intently at the active uses of the ground floor, starting at the corner of Mass and Columbus, which is in the top left, we're looking to provide an express cafe there that will help to activate the street, as well as 4,800 square feet of nonprofit commercial space for programs and activities by the community. To the right of that, further down Columbus Ave and down West Springfield, we're looking to anchor that part of the site with the residential lobby and residential units. As far as our exterior design and massing, we tried to categorize those into 4 major themes, 2 of which are on this page. Activating the public realm is extremely important to us. We are definitely committed on honoring the mural, and we have a number of different thoughts about how we're going to do that. We formed a mural advisory group made up of prominent local artists here in the city, and we're going to be tapping into their advice and guidance on how we do that. But we're also providing, like I said, an express cafe and nonprofit commercial space at the base of the building. So it's inviting, transparent, warm, welcoming for the public to engage at this level of the building. We're also looking at a building with multiple fronts, which you can see on the lower slide, the diagram in the middle. Mass Ave, Columbus Ave, and West Springfield, as we see it, are all in some degree a front face to this building. We don't see that there's a back face to this building. Each side has a different expression, but they're all equally important. The other 2 elements of urban design was the expression of the attic story, which you can see in the top bar. Looking and picking up on the character of the south end, The image to the far right just shows what's across the street, where a lot of the brownstones have a 4-story or a 5-story height, and then as you get above there, there's maybe a setback, a change in the articulation of the architecture, and so we wanted to pick that up and reflect that in our design as well. And then the last slide is the warm tone materiality. You can't drive through Boston or even visit Boston and escape the Boston brick. And so we really wanted to pick up on the red tones, the deepness of those reds and browns, and so we're looking at a durable masonry look material that will be durable, whether it's terracotta or some sort of high-density fiber cement. These are all options that we're exploring, but we're definitely committed to a high-quality look and feel of the building that's compatible with the South End. And here's a shot of the image from Mass Ave in Columbus. You can see how the building fits into the neighborhood, how it has a slight raise in height so that it does bookend the block, again, still keeping it within zoning, but then also using a darker metal, which you see a lot around the South End to accentuate the high points and the corner of Mass and Columbus. Also at the grade level, which you can see along Mass Ave, there's a lot of transparency, a lot of glass, and inviting people into that nonprofit commercial space. And then lastly, this is an image from the West Springfield side. That's the end of our graphic presentation. I would like to point you to the handout that I distributed and start with the side of the page that says, how will this project benefit the community? Full relocation expenses to all 6 of the existing nonprofit tenants will be provided by this developer, including rental subsidy, redesign, and build out where required. We're also providing 11 income-restricted artist live-work homeownership units, which exceeds the Boston's IDP at 17%. We will be at 17%. 50% of those units will be income-restricted artist live-work allotted through the city's neighborhood preference diversity preservation policy to be very local about those that are going to be able to occupy those units. In addition to that, we're pursuing 4 additional income-restricted homeownership units for families. This will be developed off-site in the South End, which would increase the overall IDP to over 20%. We're also doing generous contributions to the neighborhood nonprofit organizations. We're committed to honoring the iconic mural, which includes forming a mural advisory group made up of local prominent figures of the arts community, including Paul Goodnight and even the late artist's wife, Carolyn Parker, who's the artist's wife of the African-American artist, Jamil Parker, who's since passed away. In addition, 180 new construction jobs, which will exceed the Boston residents' jobs policy in terms of minority and people of color and women in Boston residents on the construction jobs. Equity participation in the development by communities of color. That is currently being led by our co-developer, Richard Taylor, who's also African-American. Large-scale capital infusion to save USCS, enabling them to keep their doors open and continue serving at-risk families and children in the South End, Lower Roxbury, and other Boston neighborhoods. And lastly, 4,800 square feet of ground-level nonprofit program space in perpetuity, donated free and clear by this developer. In terms of community and elected support, we've received strong and diverse support backing this project, which includes but is not limited to Mel King, City Councilor Kim Janey, State Rep John Santiago, former State Rep Byron Rushing, City Councilor Ed Flynn, State Rep Aaron Michaelwitz, Joyce King, Frida Garcia, David Lee, Jovita Fontanez. In addition to organizations EBA, the Pine Street Inn, South End Business Alliance, Ellis Memorial, Castle Square Tenants, and ABCD. Very quickly, on the reverse, I just want to re-emphasize the points Masharia made about why the need to sell. You can see them on this side if you have any questions, and I will just end with, this is a quote from them. This is our last financial lifeline that will sustain USCS today and well into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude the presentation?
Yes, it does. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Do we have any questions from the board?
First, I want to thank everyone for being here and everyone who's participated in this process, which I know has been difficult on all sides. And it's really important that we all participate in our city, and just want to acknowledge you all being here and thank you very much. Mike, I wonder if you could sum up some of the objections that have been brought up in the community meetings. Tell us, we got a lot of comment letters which we read, but maybe you could summarize some of the issues that have been brought up.
So the main objections were mainly with the sale of the building, not so much the project. And just, I think a lot of folks feel that the organization, because they've cut some services, has forgotten about certain parts of the community. So they're just unhappy with the sale of the building. So that's pretty much it.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to remind you. I have to ask you to be silent. I have to ask you to be silent.
And we have a location at 48 Rutland Street where the Children's Art Center, the South End House, where Mel and Joyce King lived and raised 5 of their children. Our services have moved to this location, and we're looking at an expanded campus that would include the 4th location of the Harriet Tubman House. The original Harriet Tubman House was located on Holyoke Street, and there were 2 locations on Holyoke Street. Columbus Ave is the 3rd location of the Harriet Tubman House.
I actually do have one more question. What is going to happen with your programs while you're in this transition?
Our programs right now are strong. We are running our youth programs all at Rutland Street, and we are actually enhancing our programs and growing our programs. In this transition, the sale going through is going to allow us to have a greater and deeper impact into the community. It will also allow us to expand services for the community. We have a wait list of children who would like to have early childhood education services that we're not able to provide services for now. So this is going to allow us to grow and expand and deepen our impact in the South End and Lower Roxbury community.
Great, thank you.
And I have one last. There are a number of commitments that have been made here in terms of program continuation and protection of the artwork and the like. Who holds you accountable for the actual delivery of those benefits, including the dedication of the 4,800 square feet to community purposes?
I just wanted to add that in terms of that question, it was really important for us to select a developer who was going to commit to community benefits. And through a purchase and sale agreement, we have those outlined as required on our behalf, because that was really important to United South End Settlements to make sure that would those community benefits would actually happen. But you might want to hear from Jonathan.
So the commitment to that community space will be written in the deed of that space, of the condo of that space. In terms of the
I'm going to have to ask you to be silent,
honoring the artwork, if I understood you correctly, the mural that exists today, we are actively in the process of forming a mural advisory group that is made up of the community. We want to be super sensitive to how that gets rolled out, the thoughts that go into it, almost like you would a significant memorial in the city, how we would treat that process. So we haven't arrived at the exact solution for that, but we are definitely committed to making that a public process as we go through it.
And you use the term in perpetuity to describe the dedication of public space. So that means it's written into the deed in some way?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Correct. and that will be donated free and clear, yes.
Okay. Any additional questions from the board? Hearing none. Hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Resume the meeting of the BPDA with item number 18. Request authorization to issue a scoping determination waiving further review pursuant to Article 80, Section 80B-5.3D of the Zoning Code for the construction of 157 residential condominium units, including 20 IDP units, and 128 residential rental units, including 17 IDP units, 3,617 square feet of ground floor retail space, a 300-car garage, and surface parking spaces located at 1717-1725 Hyde Park Avenue, to recommend the approval to the Board of Appeal for the necessary zoning relief and to take all related actions. Lance.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board, Director Golden, Madam Secretary. For the record, I just wanted to submit for the record 2 letters for the project, one in support, one against the project, both IAG members. The project consists of approximately 409,985 gross square feet of development, including a total of 285 units with ground floor retail and parking for up to 300 vehicles located within the ground floor area. The project will contain 2 buildings, one a condominium building consisting of 157 ownership units, and a rental building consisting of 128 rental apartments. The condo building's unit mix consists of 23 studios, 69 one-bedrooms, 59 two-bedrooms, and 6 three-bedrooms. The rental building unit mix consists of 14 studios, 56 one-bedrooms, and 52 two-bedrooms. And I believe I have a typo. I have another 6 three-bedrooms. So yeah, there's 12 three-bedrooms throughout the project. The on-site parking for the proposed project will consist initially at 200 garage parking spaces for its initial capacity, to increase to 300 parking spaces utilizing stackers. The project has, as you know, a retail space. We're hoping that, and the development team's hoping that the space, the restaurant space is going to be popular, so we're anticipating that. So that's why it's up to 300 parking spaces. BPDA staff recommends that the board take the following actions: authorize the director to issue a scope and determination waiving further review, issue a certification of compliance, execute and deliver a cooperation agreement, an affordable housing agreement, an affordable housing agreement in restriction, and any and all agreements, documents that deems appropriate by the director. With that said, Michael Doherty from the project team will give you a brief overview. The development team's representatives are here to answer any questions for the board members.
Thanks, Lance. I'm just going to walk you through a brief presentation of the proposed project design. The first slide is an area plan, and it shows the location along Hyde Park Avenue and Milton Street, and this is the Reedville T station. Let's see. Oops. Is that right? We'll just skip ahead. Okay, so here's an aerial view of the site in its current state, and basically you can see there's a sort of a defunct industrial building here, and Hyde Park Avenue and Milton Street is at a significantly higher elevation than the right-of-way along the railroad tracks to the rear. So it's about a 26-foot drop between the high point along Hyde Park and the railroad tracks. This slide's the same view showing you the proposed project. The 2 buildings, as Lance mentioned, the southern building would be the proposed for sale project. The northern building would be the rental, and the arrival space would be located in between the 2. So this is the site plan of the proposed project, and the project's gone through a series of refinements as part of the Article 80 process, and we think the refinements are all good, positive steps. And some of them have been initiated by the BPDA design staff input, Boston Traffic input, Boston Civic Design Commission, as well as the IAG members from the community Some of the highlights of the site plan are, again, the two buildings wrapped around a courtyard. The courtyard has sort of an upper arrival level, a pocket park and a drop-off area with entries to the two buildings. The middle level is the residential courtyard with a pool deck and landscaping for benefit of the residents. The lowest level is actually the parking level, which is down at the track level, and it's accessed by a ramp over here under the building, and that's down at elevation 62, courtyard at 77, upper arrival court at 88. The streetscape along Hyde Park Avenue slopes from about 77 up to 88, down to 77, and back up over the bridge. Along the streetscape, there was an existing WPA wall along the street, and it's in varying levels of repair and disrepair. And in the area where it was in disrepair and where it was sort of fighting the notion of implementing a new complete streets, buffered streetscape with street trees, adequate sidewalk, and then a planting strip for the building. In those areas where there were a number of holes in the existing wall, we're proposing to repurpose that wall as part of the pocket park, which will have a WPA theme to it. And we're going to keep the WPA wall along Milton Street Bridge, where it really serves a good purpose and isn't fighting things. I mentioned there were some changes through the process. One of them was that we increased the setback from 10 feet to 22 feet along the bridge. That was in response to an IAG comment and concern. We also reduced the size of the project from a proposed 305 to 285 units, and reduced the massing as well along this facade. I'm now going to take you through a series of images. Actually, there's one more slide on the site development, and that's basically a blow-up of the proposed pocket park, which would include planting areas, seating areas, some repurposed wall areas to kind of define the public area of the drop-off pocket park, which is adjacent to a proposed new restaurant in the north building. And then there's an actual drop-off area for 4 or 5 delivery spots just for temporary drop-off, and then the drop-off and arrival entry area to the buildings themselves. So this is a site section which shows you the arrival court, as I mentioned, the intermediate level residential courtyard, and the lower level parking, which is down at the track level. These are the building elevations, which we also modified through the process with BCDC, and we've sort of refined them to a series of 2 cladding types, the darker material and the lighter material, and a series of architectural bay windows, some larger ones at strategic areas, and a few balconies to sort of highlight the entry and aperture into the realm of the courtyard. Now there's some perspective eye-level views. This one is from Hyde Park Avenue looking south. This one is from the opposite end looking north at the new building at the corner. You see the curved corner. This is right at the corner, Milton Street. Sorry, I went too fast. Milton Street to the left and the bridge, and Hyde Park Avenue going this way. This is the portion of the wall that will keep in its current status, and this is the area where we're going to provide the complete streets, street trees, and a better pedestrian experience along that strip there. This is kind of a bird's eye view of the pocket park that I mentioned. Residential entries on either side. This is the restaurant that's been proposed, and the pocket park is this zone here. One of the other refinements throughout the process was we reduced this to a one-way in, one-way out, and reduced the amount of parking spaces. And what I forgot to mention was we also consolidated the number of curb cuts through discussions with BTD, and we moved the loading function completely inside the building and off the street, so there's less curb cuts and the trucks are out of the way. The last image is sort of an eye-level view. You're sort of at the edge of the pocket park. Here's the restaurant with some cafe space spilling out onto the sidewalk, and then there's the entry to one of the 2 residential buildings. So that's kind of a quick overview of the project, and certainly we're here for any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. So before we get to any questions, just have to repeat that if anyone is using any recording devices, filming or audio, that you just identify with by raising your hand. Thank you. And we also have a representative here. We'd like to invite you to to give any comments, should you want to. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Angelo Scarsia. I have been a state representative from Reedville for a few years. Many, many more years than the acting chair lady. I call this the Twin Towers. You just put in 260 units on Sprague Street. You're going with 285 units on the Father Hart Bridge. If you ever thought of any place you shouldn't put this development, it's here. It's right at the heart of a bridge that for 7 to 9 hours every day has nothing but traffic half a mile deep, and it just stays on the bridge. So these people are going to get a wonderful view from this apartment. I'll talk about 4 different things: density, height, location, and traffic. And I'll be very, very brief, because I do want to read a letter, not from me, but from someone smarter than I, who is the president of the Reedville Association. Density, 285 units. This was a proposal made 2 years ago by these folks. We had a meeting in the district. There were over 500 people. You couldn't find one person from Reedville that was for this proposal. The only people who spoke for it were individuals who came from outside the district, and they represented a special cause. The height of this building is 6 to 7 stories. We don't have anything in the neighborhood over 3, so we're going to double the capacity. I call it the Manhattanization of the suburban areas of the city of Boston. As I said, the location is right on a bridge, probably the busiest bridge, one of the busiest bridges in the city of Boston. And again, 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock in the morning, or 6 to 11 in the morning, 2 to 7 at night, you can't move. It's just strangled traffic. And the last thing is traffic. Again, our streets have not changed since the Civil War. They're 2-lane streets, no matter which direction you're coming in. And these streets, again, the only thing that's been done to improve them since the Civil War is they put some tar on the streets. They can't handle the traffic now. This issue is not going to ameliorate the situation at all. I think it's going to exacerbate this. Madam Chairlady, some 2 years ago, I talked to some folks, and they said to me, and I took it to heart, that the board had no skin in the game. Whatever the people of Reedville decided, that's what they were going to do. Well, the people spoke unanimously in opposition to this project. Yet the same 285 units that they presented, that was overwhelmingly people said no to, is back before this board today. And, you know, I always thought there was a principle in America that when people were for something, their government should be with them. But when people were against something, their government should be with them. In this case, that did not happen. Now, I want to read two letters very quickly. This is from the president, Roberta F. Janine, of the Reeville group. And it says, "Dear BPDA Board of Directors." Now, some of this, I think she's a little tough, but I'm going to read it, because this is what people feel. I write this knowing intellectually that this approval is a fait accompli. However, in this season of hope, as a member of the area impact group for this project, I am writing to ask that you abstain from a vote on this project until the neighborhood has had an opportunity to experience and evaluate the success of the proposed traffic reconfiguration and lights at Father Hart Bridge. I would also ask for, quote, real community benefits. It is undisputed by this developer or others proposing projects in Reeville that over 37% of Boston's truck traffic traverse the 0.02 miles between Sprague Street Bridge and Father Hart Bridge. In addition, neighborhood traffic on both sides of the train tracks have little choice but to cross that expanse to get anywhere. Dedham, Milton, and Westwood residents use it as a major thoroughfare, and there is no possibility of infrastructure improvements due to the inability to move the tracks. And as this body approved the 247-unit development on Sprague Street 2 months ago, not only are the known existing traffic issues not solved, but the new ones from the Sprague Street project, the as-of-right developments on Industrial Drive, and the addition of National Grid to Reeville, Yard 5, have not been seen. Therefore, greenlighting another project in this small area before verifying a positive impact from the proposed solution to known existing problems is anything but reasoned and planned. In fact, in all the development projects in this area, planning has been sorely missing. So please step back, let the city actually get the lights up and running, and demonstrate to the neighborhood the lights will help solve the current congestion in already approved upcoming additions. Finally, and I may disagree with some of this, finally, with regard to the mitigation community benefits, none of these benefit Reeville or its existing residents. They do, however, benefit City Hall by passing its obligations to the developer. For example, the City of Boston, and particularly the Public Works Transit Departments, benefit with the developer taking over the city's obligations to install and maintain sidewalks, install curb cuts, bus lanes, and for funding for the city's Blue Bike program. Clearly, none of these community benefits help Reeville or its existing residents. They will not improve our current quality of life or even reduce the negative impact from this and previously improved developments. So please abstain from a vote, and I know you're not going to do that tonight. Give the neighborhood a short period of time to see how the lights work, and then you can truly say that the development in this area has been part of a planned process that considers the quality of existing residents' lives and those already greenlit future residents. And I'm going to leave the names out on this one, but it was as we prepare for upcoming hearing before the Board of Boston Planning and Development Agency, it would be very helpful if, as a member of the Impact Advisory Group, you would send in a note of support for this project. The email doesn't have to be very long, but it surely should state clearly that you fully support the project. If the project is approved, the developers very much look forward to working with you to fulfill your goal of a lovely boardwalk to help make the Fall Meadow more accessible to all. Now, the city has nothing to do with Fowl Meadow. That's a DCR facility. There's nothing you can do about it. But this is what I call divide and conquer. And, you know, I have the highest respect for those individuals the past 2 years who have been on the IAG board. They went through hell for 2 years. They're disappointed. They're displeased, as I am, because they don't believe the planning of this board was fully utilized. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy.
Okay. No, I think that's good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, so, a motion? A motion is in order.
Madam Chair, I feel at this time that I would like to make a move to table this issue for a later date.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. This will be tabled. Motion passes.
Motion does not. Okay.
Or, well, motion passes to table. Yeah. Correct. Motion passes to table. Okay. So we are now going to transition into the public hearing process. Excuse me. Okay.
Okay, where are we?
This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80 of the Boston Zoning Code regarding the First Amendment to the amended and restated master plan for Plan Development Area Number 51 Hood Business Park and the development plan for 6 Stack Street within Plan Development Area Number 51 Hood Park in connection with the proposed 6 Stack Street building within the Hood Park Master Plan project in Charlestown. This hearing was duly advertised on November 30th, 2019 in the Boston Herald. In a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency, staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, others who wish to speak in favor of the proposed petition are afforded an opportunity to do so under the same rules of questioning. Following that, those who wish to speak in opposition may do so, again under the same rules of questioning. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain, and at that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Mr. Duvers will now begin the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Director Golden, Madam Secretary, and members of the board. As mentioned, the item before you is the 6 Stack Street building within the revised Hood Park Master Plan project in Charlestown, which was approved earlier this year. The 6 Stack Street building consists of a single-story, approximately 3,900 square foot building, which will include bicycle storage space, retail, and other service uses, as well as a rooftop plaza and associated landscaping and public open space. On its own, a building of this size would not typically trigger Article 80 review, but due to the fact that it falls within a planned development area master plan, a development plan for each building or phase must be submitted to the BPDA, thus prompting formal review by staff and a public review process. In this particular case, the proponent submitted a notice of project change, a PDA development plan, and an amendment to the amended and restated PDA master plan in connection with the proposed building to the BPDA on October 1st, 2019. The submittal of these documents triggered a 45-day public comment period and a BPDA-sponsored public meeting, which was held on November 4th to discuss and review the details of the building and the documents that were submitted. with IAG members and the community at large. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Chris Caneb of the development team for brief remarks and to further the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, the board. Again, I'm Chris Caneb with Hood Park LLC, the owners of the property. And I just wanted to say a few words, which is that we've owned this property for over 20 years, but the past 2 years have been extremely momentous in terms of changing it and transitioning it to a new phase of life. And in the past 12 months alone, with the approval of the new master plan, we also have completed the first residential building on the campus. So we now have people living on campus where we never have before. We have retail space on campus, which is in the process of being leased out. That's another first, and we stand before you tonight to have the first civic space on the campus, which we're very excited to serve not just the people on the campus living and working on the campus, but also the neighborhood. And I will say a little bit self-servingly, as someone who cycles to work regularly, I will get to use this, but I know that many of the people on campus cycle to work. We have increasing demand from cyclists, and so this will be put to very good use in addition to the civic space that surrounds it and goes on top of it. With that, I will turn it over to Paula Devereaux, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Raul. Madam Chair, Secretary Polimis, Director Golden, and members of the board, my name is Paula Devereaux from Pierce Atwood, and I'm here on behalf of Hood Park LLC. Just to give you some background, we were last before you in March of this year in order to do an amended and restated master plan, and at that time, it was approved for residential, for office, for lab space, and for parking, and with the significant new green space that was going to be added based on, and it was to amend a master plan that was approved in October of 2000, which really didn't have residential at the time, and it didn't have as much open space, and it was done under a prior planning regime for redoing older buildings. As Chris Caneb just said, this is now a much more exciting project with a lot more green space, and with the residences there, with the residential portion of it there, it really does activate the neighborhood and the area. So we're here, we submitted a notice of project change because the building square footage increased a little bit, but it still stayed well under the 2.0 FAR that was approved as part of the amended and restated master plan. As Raul indicated, every time you build a new building, construct a new building as part of a PDA master plan, you have to come back with a new development plan, and that's what we're here seeking approval for. So I'm going to turn this over to David Manfredi to walk you through exactly what it's going to look like, and the exciting, I do want to say that as part of the amended and restated master plan, this building was actually scheduled for a couple of years from now, because in March of 2019, in addition to the amended and restated master plan, you also approved a development plan for 10 Stack Street, which is an office building, and this building was going to be constructed after that. But it was decided, with all the good things happening with the residences and the finishing of Hood Park Drive, which is the access way from Rutherford Ave, that it was decided to accelerate this building in order to finish the landscaping and really give the whole area a better life. So I'm going to have David Manfredi from Malcolm Manfredi will walk you through the design and the programming.
Vice Chair Rojas, Secretary Polhemus, Director Golden, members of the board. I don't think I've ever been here with a 3,900 square foot building before, but I am very happy to be here because we have been working with Chris Caneb on the master planning for Hood Park, and this is one of the most important outcomes. You know the master plan. You have reviewed this in detail, Rutherford Avenue and Hood Park Drive. The master plan really evolved out of the planning of open space. Park space, this very green verge that runs east-west as well as north-south, And so the idea that we would be here tonight with a very small building, but a very significant open space is actually, I think fitting. The space itself, again, Rutherford Avenue and Hood Park Drive. This is the historic building. That's the Hood Stack that you all know so well, 500, which has been in place for a very long time with a number of different additions over time, and then 10 Stack, which was just mentioned. This is the space we are talking about. And for a long time, it will be the end of this view corridor. And so in developing the master plan and working especially with BCDC and BPDA, there was a desire to create an important place here, but also to give it shape, and in fact, to give it a kind of landform that blocks some views beyond. I think you all know that the land beyond is not the most attractive and really not, eventually will be part of this urban grid, but maybe a very long time from now. And so what we developed, I just rotated this 90 degrees, and working with offshoots, by the way, in a collaborative effort. This is Hood Park Drive. That the stack is right here. The water feature that you saw before is right here. This is a green lawn. It is a sloped green lawn. It comes down to grade here. It has a ramp that comes up, a stair that comes up, and up to a platform that is basically the roof of the 3,900 square foot bike shop and bike storage facility. There are several pathways. You can walk underneath the stair and the ramp that gets to the fitness space to 10 Stack, so that all of this connects as part of Urban Realm. You get up to a platform at the top, and you get quite a wonderful view back over all of Hood Park. And as you can see, it has been landscaped in a way that creates a buffer, so that we do have a buffer to all of the activity, light industrial activity beyond, as well as to I-93. And so the idea is really create a space, and this might be a little bit hard to read, but this is a section cut through east-west. This is Hood Park Drive, the slope of the lawn, the bridge over that pathway. There's the bicycle building, both bicycle repair and storage. To the roof of this building, which I'm going to show you in a moment, will be heavily landscaped, and then this buffer of trees behind and on the building itself. And so from above, that's Hood Park Drive. This is the new 10 Stack. That's the sloped lawn. And it leads to this kind of oasis at the top, very much oriented to a view east, buffered to the view west. And as a pedestrian coming down Hood Park Drive, coming along that green verge, you pass the water feature, the stack, and then that sloping lawn, which kinds of creates a termination for that vista. And my last slide, looking back east towards the stack, that stair is on a direct axis to the stack. So if you come up the ramp and you come down the stair, you'll be on direct access to the stack, and it is obviously the most important historic feature of the site. And that is our entire presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So we're going to hold the board questions and start with the public hearing portion. So is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of the proposed project? Please come to the podium.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, Madam Secretary. Mina Perez, representing the Carpenters Union. In behalf of hundreds of union carpenters that live and work throughout the city of Boston, I want to go and recommend support.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chairman and board members. Rick Keel from Sheet Metal Workers Local 17, representing the Boston members, and I want to speak in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of this project? Okay, hearing none. Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition of the proposed project? Please come to the podium. One more time. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition of this project? Okay, hearing none. So Does the board have any questions?
I'm just curious as to whether this feature has any water management or resilience aspects, given the proximity to, a major waterway and what have you.
Well, it does in the effect that, to the extent that we are basically replacing what is hardscape and a heat island today with what is greenscape, so we're creating porosity where there was none. Basically, this site today is almost 100% hardscape, and so we're converting surface parking into a green park.
Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions from the board? Okay, hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next public hearing. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80 of the Boston Zoning Code regarding the Second Amendment to the development plan for Harrison Commons and Harrison Court within Plan Development Area number 59 in connection with the 771 Harrison Avenue project located in the South End. This hearing was duly advertised on November 27, 2019 in the Boston Herald. In a BPDA hearing on the proposed petition by the agency, staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, others who wish to speak in favor of the proposed petition are afforded an opportunity to do so under the same rules of questioning. Following that, those who wish to speak in opposition may do so, again under the same rules of questioning. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remained, and at that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Raul?
Again, thank you again. So good evening, Madam Chair, Director Golden, Madam Secretary, members of the board. The item before you this evening is the 771 Harrison Avenue project in the South End. By way of background, this project falls within Plan Development Area number 59, which was originally approved by this board and the Zoning Commission in 2003. The project itself obtained its Article 80E approval on November 17, 2016, and as approved, the project consists of the renovation and conversion of the Immaculate Conception Church and the attached link building into a residential development with 63 rental units, including 6 inclusionary development policy units and off-street parking and an adjacent garage. Since the time of that approval, the proponent executed all of the necessary agreements with the BPDA, and the project is currently under construction. Fast forward to 2019, specifically in October of this year, the proponent submitted a notice of project change and a proposed amendment to the PDA which governs the project and the site, seeking to do 3 specific things. 1, convert 12 of the 63 rental units into condos, convert storage space in the project into extra living area for the 12 condo units, and lastly, provide 5 additional parking spaces for the project in the adjacent garage. The submittal of these documents to the BPDA triggered a 45-day public comment period, and a BPDA-sponsored public meeting was held on November 20th to discuss the proposed changes with the community at large. Aside from the proposed changes mentioned a few moments ago, the project and PDA remains largely unchanged from what was previously approved. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Mark Lacasse, counsel for the project proponent, to further the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Director Golden, Secretary Polimis, members of the board, my name is Mark Lacasse, and I represent Bodwell Pines, which is the developer of this project. This board originally approved the conversion of the Immaculate Conception Church in November of 2016. Construction commenced in early 2017 and has been underway for approximately 2 years. Each step of the way, the developer encountered some significant construction challenges, shall we say. Deconstructing an over 100-year-old church presented a lot of unknowns. Essentially, they had to deconstruct the church from the inside of the building as they prepared the floor plates for each of the residential floors by creating 7 new floor plates within an 85-story sanctuary, 85-foot sanctuary. Sorry, 85 feet. There were large support columns holding up the roof, and that was the key structural challenge, is that with each floor level, they would then peel back what was holding up the roof until they got to the upper levels, which occurred more recently. Originally, the 5th floor of the building was going to be storage space for the residential units. The 5th floor is essentially windowless space, which was sandwiched between the 4 residential floors where the church windows are present, and the top 2 floors in the roof line, which will be turned into residential space by the addition of skylights on floor 6 and the insertion of patios and windows on floor 7. When they finally got to the 5th level of the building, they discovered they had a lot more floor height than they anticipated. It was much larger than they anticipated. So rather than just have the 5th floor be dead storage space, the developer and the architect conceived of turning the 5th floor into accessory living area for the top 2 floors, which are duplex units. So the top 2 floors are duplex units, and now they will be combined with the 5th floor essentially as finished basement space, if you will. No windows, but useful space for the duplex units on floors 6 and 7 in the form of home gym, storage space, media rooms, anything that doesn't need windows. Floor plans are fairly benign. So this elevation from East Concord Street shows that there'll be no changes to the exterior of the building. The windows are being preserved. We actually had a subcommittee of the South End Landmarks come for a minor change to where the HVAC is going to be located, and they're delighted with the preservation of the tracery around the windows. That was a key component part of the historic approvals. The windows were lowered at the, sorry about that, at the very base of the windows to create more light for those residential areas. The masonry was enlarged and the tracery was extended down to the base of the windows, and Landmarks Commission is quite pleased with that. Again, no changes to the upper levels of the building. Floors 6 and 7 will remain as previously approved. Floor 5 just becomes interior additional space accessory to floors 6 and 7. In connection with this piece of the proposal, my client also has secured an additional 5 parking spaces under long-term lease from the St. James Court, which is one of the 4 component parts of this PDA. So we now have a total of 25 owned parking spaces and 20 leased parking spaces for a total of 45 parking spaces for 63 units, which is 0.7 and compliant with the underlying zoning. Otherwise, all else remains the same with the original development plan, the first amendment to the PDA development plan pursuant to which this is being developed, and the changes we seek are before you in the second amendment to the PDA development plan.
Okay, thank you. Does that conclude your presentation?
It does.
Okay, so we're going to hold off on board questions as it's a public hearing. If there is anyone in the audience who would like to speak in favor of the proposed project, please come to the podium.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Minor Perez with the Carpenters Union, want to go on record in support of this project.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the proposed project? Okay, hearing none. Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to the proposed project? Please come to the podium. Okay, and one last time, if there is anyone who would like to speak in opposition of the project, please come to the podium. Okay, hearing none. Questions from the board?
I have a question. Mark, it really doesn't, I'm not looking for an answer, to be honest with you, but when they got to the 5th floor, they found out they had more ceiling height. Were they working off drawings?
They were, but once you got to the 5th floor, it was sort of the vaulted space above the altar area, and they just didn't conceive that there would be as much usable space as when they peeled back that portion of the ceiling.
Great. Any additional questions?
I would like to ask, this project was approved with only 10% affordable and I don't see any additional community benefits given with this change from rental to condo. I'm wondering if there's a way to increase the affordable units given the crisis that's happening in the city.
Excuse me. So the IDP commitment in the original development plan was established in 2003, and that was based on the then existing executive order from the mayor's office establishing IDP originally in 2000, and the then requirement was 10%, and that's what is in the original development plan, and that was what was in the original approval of this board in 2016, and there was no further request. All of the original IDP units remain the same. None of the units on the 6th and 7th floor, which are rather large, were subject to our IDP commitment. So it's purely a change of one form to another of units that were not otherwise subject to IDP. The rest of the building remains the same. The IDP commitment remains the same. As do, there were other community benefits in our original board memo as well.
So the answer is no.
Yes.
Okay. Additional questions from the board? Okay, we do have Stefan Polterzitsky, who's here to speak for Councillor Siomo, if they'd like to go. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I'm Stefan Polterzitsky from City Councilor Mark Siomo's office. The councilor first would like to express his thanks and sincere gratitude to everyone at the BPDA for their hard work and service to the city during his 12 years on the council. They have shown care and thoughtfulness in guiding the city's development and kindness and deference to the councilor and his staff. I have come to summarize the main points of the letter the councilor released today supporting the Alston Yards project, provided that details surrounding the homeownership fund are finalized prior to permits being issued. On June 14th, the city councilor submitted a comment letter opposing Alston Yards due to issues with density, affordability, homeownership, open space, and parking. In the current development plan, residential density, height, and office space have all been reduced. The number of affordable units has been increased to 17%. 70% of condo units are deed restricted to be owner occupied. The community green has received a permanent deed restriction on development. Community space has been increased to 10,000 square feet, and the developer has committed to prohibiting resident parking stickers for renters. While Alston Yards may have a transformative impact on the community, a large number of benefits accompany this transformation, including affordable units, homeownership opportunities, green space, transportation investment, and community space. The councilor is excited about the prospects of the newly created Alston Brighton Homeownership Fund, to which Alston Yard commits $4 million that could create up to 200 new homeownership opportunities. Although the fund is currently short on details, the councilor is encouraged by the developer's commitment to have the fund held and managed by local nonprofits. As this fund is a key part of community benefits, the councilor would support delaying the issuance of permits if details surrounding this fund are not finalized on time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, coming back to you. Any further questions from the board?
I just have a comment. You know, this really looks like a beautiful project in a terrific location. And through a bit of a miracle, you folks found some additional space for added units.
No added units.
Pardon?
No added units, just additional space that was going to be storage, but now will be something a little better than storage because of the extra height. But the space is there, and we're not creating any additional units out of the space.
There's no windows either, you said.
There's no windows on the 5th floor. So it's just...
So it's a Peloton space.
It's an interim space, they're calling it. It's between the top of the windows where the 4th floor residential space ends but before you get to the roof line where the 6th and 7th floor that do have windows, so it's just, it's dead space, if you will.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Any further questions? Hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the ayes have it, motion passes.
Thank you kindly.
Thank you. So we are going to skip over 27, we'll come back to it, and head to item number 28. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the development plan for Planned Development Area Number 127, consisting of the construction of 60 Everett Street, Alston Yards in Alston. This hearing was duly advertised on November 27, 2019 in the Boston Herald. In a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency, staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, others who wish to speak in favor of the proposed petition are afforded an opportunity to do so under the same rules of questioning. Following that, those who wish to speak in opposition may do so under the same rules of questioning. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain, and at that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Mr. Sinatra.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. Michael Sinatra, BPDA Project Manager. The project before you is 60 Everett Street, Alston Yards in Alston. The current site is an existing Stop and Shop supermarket and home goods. The proposal is to construct 4 buildings over 4 phases. Building A, which will be phase 1, will consist of a new Stop and Shop to replace the old one, plus some residential on top. In order for the Stop and Shop to remain in operation, the current one will remain open until phase 1 is complete. It will then be demolished and the new supermarket will open. Phase 1 will also include all streetscape and infrastructure improvements, including the Guest Street extension and 1-acre open space park. The parking for Building A will be located underneath the park. The maximum gross square footage for Building A will be approximately 250,000 square feet with a height of 85 feet. Buildings B, C, and D will be future phases consisting of office, residential, and possibly some type of industrial. All 4 buildings will total 1,231,500 gross square feet. The parking will be 1 spot per 1,000 site-wide. The proponent is also pursuing a PDA on the site. Some mitigation highlights. The proponent has agreed to maintain 17% of the units as IDP site-wide. The way that will be broken down is phase 1 will only include the required 13%, while the rest of the phases will achieve 18%, which will then achieve the overall blend of 17%. The proponent has also agreed to a 70% deed restriction on the condos. There will be a total contribution of $20 million in infrastructure improvements, including a new street grid, along with an MBTA operational subsidy of $2.5 million and a $400,000 public realm fund that will be paid in installments, $100,000 per phase. To achieve more housing affordability, which is a request of the neighborhood, the proponent has agreed to a $4 million home ownership fund. The ask of the neighborhood was to try to achieve 20%. If the $4 million does not achieve 20%, the developer has agreed to guarantee 20% and throw more money into the home ownership fund. In addition to the creation of the 1-acre park, the developer will also be giving $40,000 per phase to the Parks Department for a total of $160,000. A letter of intent was filed on February 10th, 2017. An impact advisory group was formed, and a project notification form was then subsequently filed on January 22nd, 2018. 4 IAG meetings were held along with 1 public meeting during the PNF phase. The comment period for the PNF phase was open for 145 days. The BPDA then issued a scoping determination on August 3rd, 2018. The proponent then filed the draft project impact report as a response to the scoping determination on February 22nd, 2019. 2 public meetings were held as well as 2 IAG meetings during this phase. The comment period for the DPIR was open for 168 days. On October 24, 2019, the proponent filed their PDA as well as an extensive response to comments from the DPIR phase. 1 IAG meeting was held and 1 public meeting was held. This was a total of 11 community meetings. The comment period for the PDA was open for 45 days. The IAG is supportive of the project and has submitted a letter along with the Brighton Alston Improvement Association Civic Group, and both are happy with the concessions that have been made. You've already heard from Councilor Siomo's aide, but I do have his support letter here to enter into the record. Last, there has been, over the past couple of weeks, there's been some advocacy to name the open space park after Rita Hester, a former Brighton resident who was murdered 20 years ago. The proponent is agreeable to this and has agreed to continue to work with the community to accommodate this request. I will turn it over to the development team to go through their presentation in more detail, after which we will be happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, members of the board, thank you. For the record, my name is John Tuig. I'm with New England Development. We're the master developer for this project. My colleague Mike Borelli is with me to my right. Also Dave Manfredi from Malchus Manfredi, our architect, is here, and Chris Renier from Goulston Stores. Michael just sort of went through the journey we've been on for the past couple of years. We stopped counting at about 70 meetings with various groups, the community members, and the IIG. One thing about this 2-year journey that I have to say is that it has made the project better than the project that we had. We're very excited that the IAG is supporting our project. We're excited the Improvement Association, and we're very excited that Councilor Siomo, who we met with over 2 years ago, multiple times, is supporting this project. It has been a long journey, but I think a good one that has made it better. We thought, and this is a slide and certainly some information that you've seen before in the sense of the formatting, which is really the idea of sort of live, work, and connect. And in some ways, when you look at this, you get a sense of sort of our whole project. Mr. Sinatra focused on some of the members and items that are here, but really, if you look at the live, it's about 860 units. We are achieving and moving towards 20% overall affordability. That's been a request of the neighborhood, a lot of the advocacy groups. We are doing that through an overall 17% on site, and then have agreed to a $4 million fund, $2.5 million of which would come in the early stages of our building permit for phase 1 and phase 2. So hopefully with your support, some of those dollars coming actually next year. And we'll spend a great deal of time, which we think developing a really first of its kind model for affordability. We've heard for 2 years from the community, over 2 years, affordability, affordable home ownership in the Brighton Alston community, one of the lowest percentages we have of rental versus home ownership. And by the way, how can you get that to us sooner? So we spent some time working with Brighton Marine, with Boston Home Center, to develop a program that would allow us to put cash dollars in a fund. That fund would be administered through Brighton Marine. It would be dedicated for Alston Brighton residents. It would be in consort with the Boston Home Center, who has 28 banks and pre-qualifies people, to provide a methodology and a funding source to be able to provide real housing quickly to the community. Not just on this site, because yes, we think we're going to have a fine project that's unique, but also how do you stabilize neighborhoods and how do you get money out sooner than our project? Because our project, even our first phase, given that we have to keep the Stop and Shop open, isn't going to be ready for another couple of years. So how could we get those dollars out, and the request was made to make them at the building permit stage. We feel this is unique. It is really a model for others to consider following as to how to do more with residential home ownership in a community that's targeted. These are grant funds. They're not revolving funds. They're funds that are going to be made available to the community. Many of the factors and the terms of that fund are something that Boston Home Center will do in its regular program. They help about 6 to 9 Alston Brighton residents a year through their programs. We know we can accelerate that through these funding opportunities by providing monies that are available, whether it be for down payment assistance, whether it be for interest rate buy downs, those type of programs. We're very passionate about this section, as you might imagine, because we think it is unique, it is different, it's a way to provide the affordability, and so it's something that we have heard for 2 solid years about what can you do that's more than what's in the policy, and how can you do it faster. In addition to that, there's the housing trust payment, about $3.4 million, and then the community space. That's sort of all under our, what I would call our live section. Our work section, we have almost 200 associates in Stop and Shop. It was very clear from the neighborhood, very much up front. We want this store to stay open. It is a community asset. It's been there since 1997. I hate to admit this, I did this store in 1997 with Stop and Shop. I was a very young lawyer. I was about 10 years old when I did that. But we were, believe it or not, and as we'll show you, somewhat on the cutting edge at the time to take down what was there and to build. It was, granted, a more suburban shopping center. Clearly not what you'd build today, but it's pretty cutting edge at the time. So the idea of job creation, we have some commercial space here, 350,000 square feet. We think this is a fine mixed-use project, certainly the construction jobs that would be part of it. The third piece is really the connect. We heard a lot. We had originally proposed a half-acre community green park in the area. People thought it was too small. It's now a little over an acre, and it also has a dog park associated with it. They wanted it to be controlled by the city. They wanted it to be programmed. They wanted it to be maintained by us. They wanted to have it so it really benefited. Because one thing the Brighton Austin community lacks, if you look at it on a neighborhood basis, is open space and green space. So what could we do? So we've been working with parks a great deal to develop that program and to make that space. And I'm going to show you some imagery of that. When you think connect, though, you also think connect in transportation. The other thing that we heard, well, it's fine that you're going to build one building. That's what we're bringing forward, one building, which is a replacement Stop and Shop and some housing. We need infrastructure improvements. We need, if you know at all, Arthur and Guest Street and how that lines up, if you know Everett Street and the one way that everybody violates pretty much on a daily and hourly basis, what can you do to rebuild that? And people said very clearly to us in the community, we want it up front. We don't want to hear about a phase plan and a phase project. We committed to $20 million worth of infrastructure in roadway and other infrastructure to rebuild that area to make that work. In addition to that, we heard shuttles. We said, well, what do you mean? We're not talking about in the shuttle business. Are people going to live here and be able to go to public transportation? But shuttles as it relates to Alston, Brighton, moving people around. So we committed another $1.2 million in shuttles for the next period of time, and then a long-term shuttle commitment for operations. So those are the types of things when we talk about connectivity. In addition to Mr. Sinatra mentioned, as it related to the parks, some additional dollars for unrelated parks. Let me, if I could, just walk you through very quickly a little bit of the background of the project, some of the imagery that's there. This next slide just talks, and I won't repeat it because Mr. Sinatra did. There was some commentary about our formal filings and about the number of meetings we had. 7 IAG meetings, 4 public meetings, extended comment periods, 145 days, 185 days. This has been a 2-year journey for us. That's the formal of what you hear, but really the next item that we show you is the meetings we've had with the electeds, with the MBTA, with MassDOT, working out the connectivity, and also Alston Civic, Brighton Alston Improvement, the TMA, the Boston Home Center, Brighton Marine. We've done a great deal of outreach, and I know one of the comments that came in on our project was the thought of there really needs to be more outreach, and a delay was one of the comments that came forward. I have to speak to that because I would say to you that the people we have spent the 2 years with, our IAG, Improvement, those folks, Councilor Siomo, know this project, know how it's evolved, have worked with us very closely. We're very confident. We're very excited about what we're offering. We think this is a great opportunity, a great project, and a great package for the community as you look at some of the mitigation. I think we have answered the issues that are there. Quite honestly, a delay is going to limit the amount of dollars they're going to be able to get out into the community for the affordable housing program, and is going to potentially delay the project for another season. So we clearly are not, we're not supporting the idea of a delay. We feel that we have done the work to be able to bring this forward. I think everybody knows the project. It's next to what, New Balance is sort of what would be commonly known. It's about a 10-acre site that had a lot of other things on it, and this whole site was far more industrial barrier controls and the like. When I was growing up, that's what you saw as you went by the pike. Here's the site in an outline. It's kind of a funky shape, and that's why Arthur Street doesn't really work, because it's really not an intersection. It's about 10 acres. It's got 500 parking spaces and 100,000 square feet. It was built this way in 1997. As I said, we thought we were pretty cutting edge because this was a suburban shopping center with home goods and a Stop and Shop. Certainly not what you'd build today on 10 acres in the city. But this is what we're proposing. We're not very creative. We did A, B, C, and D. If you look at this diagram, what it really has, the Stop and Shop as it exists today is sort of between C and D. That's where the building exists today. Our first project is Building A, which we're going to build as the Stop and Shop stays open. Building A will be a new state-of-the-art urban store, about the same size, about 64,000 square feet, with housing above it. Street line retail and parking underneath. But part of this, and why we sort of say the proposed project, and I mentioned it very briefly, is the idea of bringing these improvements forward. B is really more what we anticipate probably an office building, C and D residential, always with human scale, always with liner along the edges. I'm going to show you a little bit more of that in a minute. And it also includes the community green. The other thing that we heard from the community was be sure the community green gets built at the same time as you do your first building. Don't delay it. We want that opportunity. We want that programming. We want to be able to see it. As I mentioned, the initial phase is really 176 rental residences, the Stop and Shop, the 1 acre community green, the $20 million worth of upfront transportation improvements. And then with our first building permit for this building, which hopefully will happen in spring of this coming year, $1,250,000 put into as our first payment in the Affordable Homeownership Fund. A little bit of ground floor because we think it is helpful because it brings it to the human scale. You can see in Guest Street, if you look over on the left and you see where the corner of sort of the New Balance property ends, you can see where Arthur Street is today. It's not a good intersection. It's sort of an odd intersection that goes through there. We're going to rebuild that intersection as you go into the Kiss and Ride, all proper ADA, proper traffic signal. We're going to rebuild all of Guest Street and make Guest Street, this sort of comes through the middle of the parking lot, a complete street. We're going to have cross streets and also rebuild and build Braintree Street Extension, all making this a cohesive and functioning transportation improvement. And then our biggest improvement is out here to actually turn this into this, well, right now what it is I can make U-turns, I can go any way I want, I can go left, I can go right, turn this into a fully compliant intersection that's under light control with all the various legs coming into one place. The community green here. You'll see in yellow here, what are those sort of things in yellow? What they really are townhomes. Our thought was, let's line the walkability back to where the train station is with two-story townhomes, so it feels like a certain scale. Wide sidewalks, townhomes. And all along the street front, retail, restaurant opportunities, and then the Stop and Shop really here in our Building A, and that's in our first building. So that gives you a sense of what we envision for this ground floor plan. We were asked by Mr. Sinatra to talk a little bit about access. We spent a lot of time on access. Could we do more of the Kiss and Ride? I think people know the Kiss and Ride that's here. Could we, by doing Braintree Street Extension, not only doing sidewalks, new bicycle paths, Guest Street with a cycle track, could you do a turnaround here and also create additional places for Uber, taxi, shuttle stop to really make this a transportation hub that improves what's happening on the T, but also how people can interact. We spent a lot of time working with the MBTA on realigning the 64 bus and making that work as part of our enhanced improvements for access. Again, very important to the neighborhood that not only the street network, but also just how you engage in this area would function. Some imagery, looking down Mass Pike, looking south, Guest Street, looking north, about how those three buildings might look. In this case, the office building and the residential buildings looking there, and you can see a corner of the New Balance building there, just to give you a sense. And obviously, if there are any questions, David is here to be able to discuss any elevation issues. We did blow up the community green, just to give you a sense of what that space could be. One of our commitments is not only maintenance, but the Volvo piece, which has not been brought before the board for development, but maybe in the future, to make a natural opportunity so that this space could be extended. And again, you can see liner for the residential. The idea was, as Lantera is here for New Balance, put all of the residential surrounded around the community space. This gives you a sense of what Building A could be, our first building as it relates to the community green. We did go to BCDC. We had several subcommittee meetings. We did get approval for our master plan and for Building A last week. This gives you another view of how Guest Street would look built through. Another view of how the Stop and Shop that you see here in the residential, again, our Building A, and how that would relate to the community green on the right. Finally, and I'll close with this, I think Mr. Sinatra did a good job talking about the benefits and the mitigation. I think you heard them with respect to our focus was affordability, our focus was home ownership, our focus was transportation improvements, providing those dollars, whether they be for shuttles. One other thing I didn't mention, we're going to be the third project in Massachusetts that will commit to a $2.5 million subsidy to the state for increasing ridership on the bus and accessibility, as well as producing additional ridership at Boston Landing. As part of our MEPA process through our Section 61, we're having those monies stay here in the community in Allston-Brighton, where we know there's a need to be able to increase that ridership and to help on the transportation. So I think I'll close out with that. We did include in the package of materials sort of a summary of all the benefits and mitigation. I'm certainly not going to go through that, but it gives you a sense of affordability, transportation, parks, sustainability, how we relate to BTD, all of the various issues that we focused on and what we heard over the last 2 years and how we moved it forward. So with that, I'll close and turn it back to you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As this is a public hearing, we are going to offer the opportunity, if there's anyone in the audience who would like to speak in favor of the proposed project, please come to the podium.
I'm in favor of the project. I'm from Alston. I've lived there my whole life, and I'm a member of Local 7. I'm an iron worker. I like that we need more parks for the kids, I think. And it will bring jobs, more jobs for people in the area. That's all.
Okay, thank you so much for coming.
My name is John Cusack. I'm a lifelong Allston-Brighton resident. I'm a member of the IAG that covered this project, and I'm a voting member of the Brighton Allston Improvement Association that voted to support this a week ago tonight. This project has undergone substantial changes over the last 33 months through an extensive public process, and it's all to the better. 70% condominium ownership occupancy, 17% rental affordability, and 10,000 square feet of creative space are milestone commitments to my neighborhood that I hope other developers take very seriously. Whether the math is hard to do because it's increased, but whether it helps 150 families with 26,000 each or 75 families with 53,000, the Allston-Brighton Ownership Fund is a great step forward for the neighborhood. And one more point. It was talked about the potential future of the park. Placing the 1 acre park at the edge of the undeveloped abutters parking lot is an excellent location for future neighborhood development. And I just heard tonight, suggesting that it be built and named in honor of Rita Hester is an incredibly gracious gesture. For these reasons, I'm here tonight in favor of this project, moving forward without delay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marquise Mecca. I live in Brighton. I went to Brighton High School. I'm a Local 7 iron worker. I worked on the Brighton Marine. I've worked on 534 Western Avenue. The best thing that I like about living in Brighton is it's a community. It's diverse. It's a home. And things like this would just build it and just bring in new families and new homes, the park for the dogs, for the kids. And I'll be honest with you, working in my neighborhood, I can't beat that. Like, I don't have to go into the city. I don't have to go far out. I can walk to work. I can go home for lunch. Things like this just make a community better. And I'm all for it, and I just push for it, and I just hope you guys are on the same boat with me. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for coming.
Good evening again, Madam Chairman, board members. I'm Rick Keel with the Sheet Metal Workers, Local 17. I'm one of the representatives. I represent the Allston-Brighton members. And I just want to speak in favor. I've been in a lot of these community meetings with my members, and it's changed so dramatically, and I think they've done a great job. And again, I want to speak in favor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mina Perez with the Carpenters Union. On behalf of thousands of members that live and work throughout the city of Boston, I want to go on record of support, especially our apprentices. We have a total of 985 apprentices that live in the city of Boston, and they are so excited about procuring work at this site in something that's very helpful. And as we all know, our program still is the path to the middle class for many people out there. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the proposed project? Please come to the podium. Okay, hearing and seeing none. If there is anyone in the audience who would like to speak in opposition of the proposed project, please come to the podium. And one more time, if there's anyone who would like to speak in opposition of the proposed project, please come to the podium. Okay, hearing and seeing none. Any
Madam Chair,
questions?
can I just make one more point? Sorry.
Please.
We just got a letter from Councilor Asabi George I want to add to the record, and I just want to reiterate Councilor Siomo's support for the project. You heard his aide speak. We submitted his letter. He was a vital part of this process for 2 years, and I would say that the process was shaped a lot by him and influenced a lot by him. So we just want to reiterate that one more time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
I have one question about the zoning. In our memo, it says that the project site will be subdivided and that new legal lots will be created and held under separate ownership. Can you talk about that a little bit? I don't really understand. Usually there's one LLC that is doing the project, but it sounds like you're going to be splitting this up into several ownership entities. Can you talk about that?
Sure. Chris Rainier for the record from Goulston and Stores. This is a master plan PDA. The project team includes New England Development, Stop and Shop, the landowner, Bizzuto Development, a residential developer, and our investor, Southside Investments. As a master plan PDA, we will be creating 4 new lots because we're going to be laying out new city streets. So we will have to do a subdivision process to create those streets, and we've been closely coordinating with PIC, with BTD, on our street widths, the ownerships, the layout. To do that, we will be subdividing the larger 10.5-acre parcel to create those 4 lots. Those are our 4 individual PDA development plans. The same project team is anticipated to bring forward those 4 different projects, but there may be different investors over time that are brought into those different components of the project.
But all those lots will be subject to the terms of this.
Absolutely. What we anticipate and the memo calls for is a master cooperation agreement, that all of the agreements and all of the benefits and mitigation that we've committed to will apply to the entire project. Those then get allocated between the individual development plans to the different parcels. So it all will track together, and all of the mitigation will stay true to each of the parcels. Absolutely.
And one of the community concerns seemed to be that a lot of the affordable housing is kind of being pushed down the road. Can you talk about the timing of all the affordable housing when it's coming online?
I'm sorry.
One of the complaints that we received is that a lot of the affordable housing is in future buildings, and I'm curious about the timing of when those are going to be produced.
As you might imagine, there was a lot of competing interest, especially for the first building. The first building is really a replacement Stop and Shop with some rental units on it. We certainly agreed to do the IDP at 13%. What we heard was, but we want more available units for affordability, and we want them sooner. So where we ended up was to look into methodologies in the Affordable Fund with how we could fund those monies. Actually, we're going to fund those monies with the building permit for phase 1. So we will actually we feel we will create well over 20% based on the numbers that we have from Boston Home Center. And actually the numbers that were looked at for some other project by Greater Boston Legal Services and otherwise. We're actually going to create more than 20% overall. How we're going to deal with that first building, the criticism we got was to say, well, what are you going to do? And how are you going to front load those dollars? So that's when we came up with the idea of putting an affordable home ownership fund together, and to fund that money up front, really, with any luck, in a period of months, to be able to start that. So that's how we addressed creating affordable units, maybe not necessarily on site with that respect, but actually to create the units that are going to be in the neighborhoods that people wanted. And so that was our compromise there.
I see. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions from the board? Hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you very much. We
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Okay. Item number 29. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80 of the Boston Zoning Code regarding the development plan for Planned Development Area number 126, and to consider the Kenmore Hotel project as a development impact project. This hearing was duly advertised on November 27th, 2019 in the Boston Herald. In a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency, staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, others who wish to speak in favor of the proposed petition are afforded an opportunity to do so under the same rules of questioning. Following that, those who wish to speak in opposition may do so, again under the same rules of questioning. And finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain, and at that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may be continued and others may be heard. So Tim is going to proceed with the presentation, and we're going to close that door.
Is it possible to wait till folks file in?
We're just going to wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're doing this one after?
We must be, it didn't get pulled, I don't think.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's the South Station, you get.
Yeah. We're doing Old Colony? So we're on the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's been jumping around a little bit. Rolling. Priscilla, we're on the hotel, right?
We're on the hotel. Right. Yes.
And that's the last one though, right, Mike?
Okay, so I think we're getting
Well, that's
settled
not
here.
happening, I just found out.
Good evening, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, Director Golden. The proposed development plan comprises approximately 1.1 acres in Kenmore Square, including land owned by the proponent at 560, 574 Commonwealth Avenue, as well as portions of Commonwealth Avenue and Beacon Street that will be reconfigured and improved by the proponent. The proposed project includes demolition of the existing Citizens Bank building at Kenmore Square. After a land exchange with the city, the proponent will reconfigure public streets, construct a new approximately half-acre public plaza, and construct within a portion of that plaza an approximately 234,000 square foot building, hotel building with up to 391 guest rooms and up to 13,300 square feet of retail, restaurant, and service uses. The building is currently designed at 29 stories and 299 feet, but may increase to no more than 310 feet if the director finds that such greater height will not increase the impacts of the project. The proponent filed a project notification form on March 12, 2018. In response to a scoping determination issued by the BPDA, the proponent filed a draft project impact report on April 22, 2019. The proponent filed a development plan for planned development area number 26, or 126, on August 15, 2019. In that time, the proposed project has been subject to 5 public meetings and 5 meetings of the Impact Advisory Group. The proposed project was approved by the Boston Civic Design Commission on December 3, 2019. The project proposes a dramatic transformation of Kenmore Square, which the proponent will present shortly. In addition to creating a public space where none previously existed, the proposed project also improves the pedestrian experience in Kenmore Square and creates a separated bicycle facility network that will connect recent improvements in Audubon Circle on one side of the square with improvements to Beacon Street on the other. The proponent will continue to work with the BPDA, the Boston Transportation Department, and the MBTA on the revamped traffic pattern. The proposed project will also make a contribution to the Esplanade Association to facilitate tree planting and maintenance. BPDA staff believes that the proposed project will be a positive addition to the neighborhood and is recommending approval of the proposed project and the development plan. I'll now ask Damian Chaviano to introduce himself and his team and give a brief presentation on the proposed project, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Damian Chaviano with Mark Development. I'm joined here tonight by Jay Eigerman, our attorney, as well as Jeff Speck, our urban planner. Jay's going to start quickly, and he's going to talk you through the PDA plan, and then we'll walk through the rest of the presentation.
Thank you. We actually, so what you're seeing on the screen is a diagram showing the area of the planned development area, 1.1 acres. At the center of it, of course, is the proposed plaza. Really, most of the fee interest is owned by the city of Boston. This is highly oriented towards public improvements and public ways. So in fact, if everything goes well tonight, we will be back to see you in the new year. Our next stop is to go to the Public Improvement Commission. Only the commission can reconfigure the public ways. And then we would return to this board and ask you to use your redevelopment powers to effect the land transfer. The actual amount of land that you would see transfer would be more going to the city than coming to us because of the underlying streets. Tonight, there are two things on the menu. First, we're hopeful to persuade you that we've thoroughly analyzed the impacts and discussed mitigation, and that large project review can be concluded. The PDA development plan really boils down to one thing, and that is, on balance, looking at all of the benefits and the burdens of the project, that this is not detrimental to the public. And on the contrary, we hope we can show to you that this is a good thing. This is, on balance, a good thing for the city of Boston. Fundamentally, what it's about is creating a square where there is none today. And with that, I'll turn it over to the rest of the team.
Thanks, Jay. So what you see up here is a visual of Boston, starting with the Back Bay, moving through Fenway. And what struck us as part of the community process, and as Tim alluded to, was approximately 10 meetings, was the importance of this project relative to everything around it. The IAG really challenged us to think about Kenmore Square in the context of what was happening at the Charles Gate with air rights parcels that were underway, as well as all of the work that was happening in the Fenway area. And the concept that we kept hearing was, it's Kenmore Square's time, and it's time to think big. And that's what we've tried to do with this project. This slide shows you a comparison of where we started this project. We started the IAG process with the visual on the left. That site is a Citizens Bank as it exists today. Hard to tell from this visual, but the property line where the building sits is approximately 20 feet from our abutter, which is a co-op building. There was a lot of pushback in that process as we unveiled our first iteration of the project, so it was something we were paying a lot of attention to. The second component of it really tied to public realm, and it was a push from the BPDA to really take a step back and say, with the development going on in Kenmore Square, not just our project, but what was happening with both BU, Related Beal, now's the time to think big. And so we actually took a pause and we brought in a new team. We asked Jeff Speck, who's an urban planner, to take a fresh look at this project with a new set of eyes. And what he unveiled to us is the site plan that you see on the right, which is a pretty radical transformation of Kenmore Square. At the end of the day, we end up with approximately 33,000 square feet of public realm that's afforded by this project. And the other benefit that we were able to pleasantly tell to our abutters was the fact that we were moving the building approximately 88 feet from our existing property line. So all told, when this project came out, we knew we had to make a monumental shift in the plan. This project, as you'll hear about, is a $15 million contribution that we'll be making to the overall public realm and the improvement of Kenmore Square. So with that, I'll have Jeff Speck walk you through the project.
So I'm Jeff Speck, Speck & Associates in Brookline. It's my first appearance before this body, and I probably shouldn't use it to talk about New York City, but a lesson we learned from New York City, particularly from Times Square and some of the other squares, was that by simplifying the traffic patterns around forks, you could actually remove pavement, make places safer, but also cause the traffic to flow as smoothly or more smoothly because you were simplifying the intersection. So this was somewhat inspired by Times Square and Madison Square and other places in New York City, but it became clear that this site actually lacked what enabled those changes, which was a cross street. Now these are a little hard to see in the brightness, but the diagrams are 1 and 2 on the top and 3 and 4 on the bottom. What you see on number 1 is the current traffic flow patterns, which you're probably quite familiar with, and the way the fork operates. If you create a cross street cutting through, as you see in slide number 2, cutting through the Citizens Bank building, that allows you to remove about 300 feet of eastbound Commonwealth Avenue. And then you see in slide 3, actually, it also allows you to remove closer to 400 feet of westbound Beacon Street, and creating turbine flow, if you will, signalized flow, but it's a one-way triangular flow around quite a large open space, which then allows you to shift the footprint of the Citizens Bank or whatever's going on the bank site onto that open space, leaving about a half an acre additional space for a public plaza in that area. Additionally, you see the intersection to the right with Brookline Street. That left turn south onto Brookline Street would not be eliminated. It's still part of the traffic pattern, but that intersection becomes much simpler. Rather than a four-phase intersection, it becomes a three-phase intersection because the traffic heading west on Beacon crosses Comm Ave further west at the back of that plaza. So by simplifying the intersection, which is the principal constraint to flow, it actually doesn't harm the traffic flow. What you see here in white is the area of the intervention. Currently, that area has 8,700 square feet of pedestrian and bicycle space in it, public realm. When we're done, it will have 32,300 feet of public realm. And more than 10,000 square feet of roadway net is changing from roadway into public plaza. Here you see the current pedestrian trajectories through Kenmore Square. You notice if you're coming from BU and you want to get down towards Fenway Park, it's even a zigzag experience of heading south and west and then east again to get down to Brookline Street. Here is the traffic pattern, I should say the pedestrian pattern, after the change. And not only does it simplify the intersection at Brookline, but it also creates a whole nother series of opportunities for crossing and what's effectively an additional block in the structure of the city. Here is the bicycle network now. What you see in dashed lines are a lot of places where bikes are exposed, are fighting with traffic. The bike lanes that are against the curb are actually in the door zone and don't feel safe. The bike network after is rationalized. It circles the square in the same way that vehicles circle the square. And almost all the new bike lanes that you see would be protected lanes of the sort the city has done further west down towards St. Mary's, so the parked cars would be between the bicyclists and the traffic. So that's the before and after again. I talked about how the driving times should not be adversely affected. The times spent waiting in Kenmore Square to get through it as a pedestrian, as a cyclist, and as a transit rider will all be improved. The transit, this is a cumulative daily kind of man hours spent waiting in Kenmore Square before and after. You can see a very slight improvement for bus ridership, but a serious improvement in 14 and a half man hours and 12 man hours or people hours for walking and biking, respectively. Then just some images of the plaza. This is looking eastward on Beacon Street. You see the protected cycle lane. Those are parking spaces to the left of it. You see the tip of the Flatiron building that is going on the site, and then the tip of the plaza in front of that. Here we've turned the corner now. We're looking at the plaza and the tower, looking westbound on Commonwealth Avenue. And what you see is a full 50 feet from the front of the building by Studio Gang Architects through a plaza by Reed Hildebrand Landscape Architects, fully amenitized with trees, benches, protective bollards, celebratory light fixtures by the artist Jamie Carpenter. Here we are looking straight down Commonwealth Avenue towards BU from the tip of the plaza, and you see that there's a pedestrian zone that's almost up against the front of the building, but there's 10 feet between the pedestrian zone and the front for tables and chairs and sidewalk dining that would be facilitated by a restaurant on the ground floor of the hotel, and then a full 30-foot zone of benches and trees beyond that. And of course, these days you can't just put a plaza in a city and expect people to be using it. We're spending a lot of time programming the plaza, and we're committed to placing activities in the plaza that will cause it to be active, including seasonal activities. This is a rendering of a wintertime scene, and the light sculptures that we're imagining would vary based on different events that might happen there. This is a view of the plaza in its entirety. You know, Kenmore Square has never had a square. I guess it's a triangle, not a square, that we're proposing here. But we think that this is such an important place in Boston. It really is the gateway to BU. It's the gateway in the other direction, you know, to the Back Bay. It's the gateway to Fenway Park. It's always been a place that people have used to get through but not spend time in, and we really want to see that change, and that's the goal of our project. So thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to proceed with the public hearing portion. So if there is anyone in the audience who would like to speak in favor of this proposed project, I'd ask you to please come to the podium.
My name is Jamie McNeil. I'm the general agent for the Hotel Workers Union Local 26. We represent about 12,000 hospitality professionals here in the greater Boston area. Rise in favor of this project. In the slide you had 190 jobs that will be created here. Thanks to the development team, those aren't going to be jobs, those are going to be careers. We've heard a lot about affordable housing tonight. Well, we never ask why do we need affordable housing. We need affordable housing because there's not careers like this development is going to create. So we rise in favor of this project. It's also going to create a place in Kenmore Square, a sense of place that doesn't exist right now. So we urge your support tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Scott Englander, and as a resident of Brookline, I've for many years frequently visited or traveled through Kenmore Square, walking, biking, taking the T, driving. And I'm strongly in support of this proposal because of the transformation of the streetscape and public space that it makes possible. Historically, there was a time when Kenmore Square, called Governor Square, was predominantly for people. People walking, biking, traveling by horse and carriage and by streetcar. And Kenmore Square over the decades has become overrun with traffic and has the most unsafe walking and biking conditions anywhere on my route between Brookline and downtown. Transforming it to a more simply designed street layout is going to vastly improve the experience for people walking or biking. Today, to cross Kenmore Square, walking or biking means traversing multiple crosswalks and waiting multiple traffic cycles, as Jeff mentioned, to walk from one side to the other. The door zone bike lanes are almost always full of double parked vehicles, forcing people out into vehicle traffic and making it a place that most people I know would never bike except on the sidewalk, which of course is not the best thing either. So protecting the bike lanes and shortening the crossings and the light cycle times is going to help make the square more people-focused, along with adding the public plaza and vegetation, trees, etc. So this will also become part of a network that's being extended from the Muddy River. The City of Boston rarely has an opportunity like this to redesign and dramatically improve streets for people and add new public space at a popular location, and doing this will create a wonderful legacy for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, members of the board, Minor Perez with the Carpenters Union. I want to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Larry Field. I'm from the Massachusetts Smart Growth Alliance. We are a statewide advocacy organization focused on land use and transportation. We rarely ever testify in favor of a development project. I'm here today because this is a rare opportunity for the city to transform an iconic public place. The two things that we really think are impressive about this plan are, one, it addresses the walkability, bikeability of the square. It is now one of the least friendly for those modes of transportation, and this would make an enormous change. Second, as people pointed out, there's no center to Kenmore Square right now. It is iconic, but it lacks the thing that usually a center like a square like this needs to have. And this is an opportunity to create that public space. So I ask that you support this project.
Thank you for coming.
Hi, my name is Nina Garfinkel. I'm here representing Walk Boston, and we are in support of the project. It improves the safety for pedestrians, it creates a public space, and also improves the access to transit for people. So we are in support.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thanks very much. Matt Lawler with Walk Up Rosendale. Just want to express as a member of sort of one of the outlying neighborhoods how important Kenmore Square is to us, and that its transformation is long overdue. So we urge the board to approve the plan tonight and to move forward with the project. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Good evening. My name is Mark Tedrow. I live in Rosendale as well. I'm speaking on behalf of the Livable Streets Alliance, and I'll have very brief comments, personal comments afterwards. Our current programs at Livable Streets include advocating for our Emerald Network, a vision of 200-mile system of greenways in Greater Boston. Vision Zero, the effort to systematically improve traffic safety in cities and towns, and the proposed redesign of Kenmore Square includes many elements that warrant our support, including increased access for public space, reducing space for vehicles while maintaining vehicle throughput, and building safe active transportation infrastructure to enhance the public realm. We commend the proponent for relocating street space to move people with a focus on safety rather than speed. This, along with other parts of the design, aligns with the City of Boston's Go Boston 2030 goals of improving safety and transportation access for people. More specifically, based on the reconfiguration, we support the safe movement of people using all modes and channelizing cars to safely cross the intersection, removing the burden from people traversing multiple lanes of traffic and creating open space for people to enjoy. We do ask that the proponent continue to talk to the MBTA and the BTD to ensure that buses receive priority treatment, and would thank you. Well, we hope you support the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
How you doing? Selena Dakota, mom of 3, local 7 iron worker, lifetime Alston Brighton resident. I'm just asking you to approve this project as well for not only work for my family, but affordable housing for myself and other moms like me.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming. Okay, we're just going to keep going with the.
How you doing? Rick here with the Sheet Metal Workers, Local 17 of Boston. Good evening again, Madam Chairman and board members. I just want to rise and speak in favor from my members of Boston in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Tom Ward. I'm a resident of the City of Boston, Executive Board member, Local 7. We welcome this project and the work it'll bring our members and the tax base for the City of Boston, and I rise in favor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board. I've been in this room a few times. This is my first time speaking as a neighbor. I first moved to the Fenway in 2008, but I've lived right next to this project site for about 4 years now. I think if you look closely, you can see my window behind the white rendering. And this is a project that I've stayed in touch with and something that I really care about. In particular, I really care about the additional public space in the bike lanes. As John Greeley knows, I'm a very safe biker, and yet I feel like I put my life in my own hands every day, twice a day, when I pass through this area. And this project will definitely change that portion of my life. I think it'll also make the pedestrian experience in Kenmore Square so much better. And I really appreciate the design, and I think the height fits into this section of Kenmore Square, and it's around a transit node where I feel like height and density should be. So for that reason, I come here and support.
Okay.
Great to see you guys.
I miss you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Pamela Beal, and I reside at 462 Beacon Street. I'm here today as a member of the Kenmore Hotel IAG and as president of the Kenmore Association to express support for this project. But before I begin, I would like to also thank you very much for creating a wonderful public process, and specifically Tim, who handled everything very, very well. It was great. From the beginning, the Kenmore community supported the concept of another hotel in Kenmore Square. However, we felt that since this project was going to be in such a prominent location, it would be wonderful to use this opportunity to solve some of the problems that currently exist in the square. Thankfully, Mark Development agreed, and because of their interest and willingness to work with the community, we now have an innovative transportation plan, along with an iconic building design and half-an-acre public space that they are creating and programming along with the community. All of these pieces put together, we believe, will create an exciting, vibrant, and important project that will help define a new Kenmore Square. I hope you vote in favor of it this evening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming.
Hi, my name is Eric Harrett. I'm here both as a resident of Jamaica Plain and tangentially as a member of JP YIMBY. I support this project both because I pass through here almost on a fairly regular basis as a bicyclist and a pedestrian. I try to avoid it, but usually you can't because it is a very central intersection. But it's a terrifying one to travel through, and I feel this project touches in a good way a lot of the things that make it so frightening to travel through. In addition to that, as a YIMBY, I like it because it addresses a serious hotel shortage we have here in Boston, which on top of affecting a lot of local businesses, including the one I work for, also puts a lot of indirect pressure on the housing we do have in the form of short-term rentals or Airbnbs. And I think even things like this make a significant difference to that. So I would love to see this project approved as is. Thanks.
Thank you for coming.
Hello, my name is Allison McCrae. I'm the Capital Projects Manager for the Esplanade Association, and I'm here to read a letter tonight on behalf of our Executive Director, Michael Nichols. The Esplanade Association has continued to work with Mark Development, LLC, to complete an analysis of the effect of newly created shadows on areas of the historic Charles River Esplanade that will be caused by the development of the Kenmore Square Hotel project as it is currently designed. We appreciate the development team's efforts to provide additional information on several occasions to study this subject. We are pleased with the result of those conversations, which we will detail here. Through our review of this project, we were most concerned with the potential for harm to the green infrastructure on the Esplanade, which relies on direct sunlight, our lawns, gardens, and especially the park's trees. And we highlighted for the development team our particular areas of interest: 55 trees in the area of the exercise course and the Bowker Overpass, which will experience some new shadows from the proposed development. The development team took a number of steps to share enough information with us to assess the potential impact on those 55 trees, which led us to better understand the expected ongoing impact to the Esplanade's canopy. Further, the proponents familiarized themselves with the Esplanade Association's Lasting Esplanade Arbor Fund, or LEAF, which began in 2018 and serves to secure the strength of the Esplanade tree canopy by planting hundreds of new trees and providing enhanced care to existing trees. These two important steps, most of which took place since our most recent letter dated November 13th, 2019, served to clarify the project's impact on the Esplanade tree canopy and the cost of ongoing work designed to preserve the health, of this precious natural resource. The proponents and the Esplanade Association have agreed on a one-time donation to the Lasting Esplanade Arbor Fund, which will help us care for the trees most impacted by the Kenmore Square Hotel's shadows through preventative measures such as pruning, soil testing, and customized fertilization treatments based on those test results. We believe this to be an appropriate course of action to ensure the lasting health of the trees in question, and we thank the proponents for recognizing the importance of this issue. In conclusion, we thank Mark Development for this support and the Boston Planning and Development Agency for providing us this opportunity to comment. We hope through the Esplanade Association's LEAF initiative that we can all work to keep the Esplanade's 1,700 trees healthy for neighbors, visitors, and future guests of the Kenmore Square Hotel. Thank you.
Thank you. Record speed.
Travis Wojcik. I like to call myself a freelance transit advocate. And this is definitely a project that would benefit transit riders in Kenmore Square, probably more than they've ever been benefited since they put the subway underground. This would, like the proponent said, increase public realm exponentially. Not only that, but I am also a bicycle rider. I've actually never gone through Kenmore Square because of the fact that it is so unsafe. I always take either Ipswich Street or go around on the Esplanade. That new Bay State contraflow lane has been a lifesaver. But in any event, I do wish that you support this project.
Okay, thank you for coming.
My name is Parker James. I'm a member, one of the founding members of the Charles Gate Alliance. I'm also, full disclosure, a member of the IAG for this project. I just want to come out very quickly in very strong support of this project. And I want to just shout out to the developers, Robert Korf and Damien Chaviano, who responded so positively to our criticism early on and brought in the brilliant team of Jeff Speck and Studio Gang to produce what I think is going to be a truly iconic building. So I strongly hope that this project will go forward as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Hi, my name is Steve Miller. I'm a founding board member of Livable Streets Alliance. One of the advantages of being slow to get out of your seat is people have said most of what you would say already. So rather than repeat Mark and others, I just want to talk as a person who has spent the last 10 years working at the Harvard School of Public Health. A public health perspective of transportation and land use would say that the new plans for this area will do as much to lower our overall doctor bills as several trips to CVS. The amount of increased safe walking and bicycling and transit use that this kind of project will allow to happen is as good as a prescription from your health plan. It's hard for us to measure those small increments, but if you count over the tens of thousands of people who will be using this intersection every week, every month, every year, the numbers actually really do add up and make a significant difference in not only our public health, but actually our economy from the back door. So I urge you to approve this and to move forward in keeping it going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alex Frieden. I'm coming to you in support of this project tonight. I'm coming to you also as a previous staff member of Dana-Farber Cancer Institute and Brigham Women's Hospital. And while I don't, I'm not talking as an official representative of these institutions, I am coming to you for myself and colleagues that are required to many times bike to work to maintain consistent travel times, as many of us clinical staff are required to be here year-round. And I know from a personal perspective that every time I have biked through this intersection, it has been a death-defying experience. So, you know, if this project had been there while I was there, it would be a real boon to my own life. So with this in mind, I just want to say this is a real opportunity to make the square more walkable, bikeable, more of a place people want to be rather than travel through. And so I urge you to move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Hi there, good evening, thanks. My name is Alexandra Gross, and I am representing Kenmore Tower as the board, the secretary of the board, and I'm going to read quickly a letter that we had submitted. We are pleased that the project, Kenmore Tower Corporation is pleased that the project has shifted approximately 88 feet east, moving the proposed building approximately 102 to 108 feet from the Kenmore Tower building. The shifting of this building and the creation of a new dedicated public roadway between the proposed building and the Kenmore Tower building is welcomed and supported by the majority of the Kenmore Tower Corporation. In addition, the majority of Kenmore Tower supports the creation of a half-acre public plaza in the heart of Kenmore Square. Kenmore Tower originally opposed the original version of the project presented at the project notification form dated March 12, 2008, for the reasons set forth in the letter originally dated April 23, 2018, from our attorney, Ann Sobolofsky. Since filing the new PNF, we have had several very productive meetings with Mark's Development, and thank you again, Robert and Damien and Tim, for your support. You've been amazing throughout this whole very difficult process of going through all of these meetings, and also thank you all very much. Of course, through all this, we have had then led to a significant redesign of the project. So therefore, on behalf of the majority of the Kenmore Tower Corporation, we have gone forward entering a settlement agreement with Marks Kenmore and is submitting this letter in support of the project as modified. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for coming. Okay, is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the project? Please come to the podium. Okay, hearing and seeing none. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak in opposition of the proposed project? Please come to the podium.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Isa Zimmerman. I am a member of the IAG and also a resident of Kenmore Tower. I live in one of the apartments that looks out on the Kenmore Square, so that I will be facing the hotel. I and 20 other people, I'm not the only one in that situation. Here's what I'm concerned about, which was not the case in the beginning. There's a 4-lane roadway between the hotel and us. The area from Beacon Street to Commonwealth Avenue at that particular point is very short. So 5 cars in any of those lanes will create a traffic jam. And many of us who live in the O1s and the O2 apartments, which are the ones that face out on the city, are concerned about the pollution of the air from the exhausts of the cars standing there waiting for the light to change so that they could get out onto Beacon Street. We're concerned about the noise going 24 hours a day of cars starting and stopping and huffing and puffing. And we are concerned about losing some of our view. But frankly, at this point in our lives, that's the least important. The more important is the danger to our health, physical health, and the danger to our mental health. And that's why I am in opposition, even though I'm a member of the IAG, and I have not had a chance to explain that in the group yet. But I think tonight will take care of that problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for coming.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Dolores Bogdanian. I live at 452 Park Drive in Audubon Circle. Lived in the city for 43 years, have traversed Kenmore Square many times, and I'm here to talk about it. I am not opposed. I think it's great that there should be improved improved bicycle safety through Kenmore Square. None of my comments should be taken as dissing that idea. I think it's something that the city should do with or without this project. I presume that this hearing is about whether or not to designate this project as a PDA. And I am here to say that is not entitled to PDA designation. The size of the area involved is at most a half acre, because that is the lot has been defined by the project, which is the half acre public plaza. And the building's lot is 95 square feet. That's less than a quarter acre. The 1.1 acres is if you include Commonwealth Avenue and Beacon Street and the other roadways and sidewalks that are either currently owned by the city or will be owned by the city. So I just think this is a way to override the zoning and design guidelines that would otherwise apply in order to allow a monstrosity. I mean, this is a 29-story building. The FAR on a 9,500 square foot lot is 24. On a half acre lot, it's 10, a FAR of 10. That sounds pretty darn excessive to me. I think the Boston Civic Design Commission had indicated their approval of this. It wasn't unanimous. And I think that it's very clear that the height of this building is much too extreme. The traffic analysis was very flawed. The idea that that they don't have to provide parking. There is no parking. There are 5 drop-off and pickup spots for the entire 391-room hotel because everyone's going to be coming by the T. All right, you're going to come from Logan, you're going to come from North Station, you're going to come South Station, you're going to have your luggage, you're going to have your kids, and you are going to come on the Green Line. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. And I would just want to say, I have a lot more to say, but just don't please leave your common sense. This building is much too huge for its scale. It's way out of whack with everything around it. And the shadow and wind that will be created on the plaza will make it a very uncomfortable place to be. And I think that there's no public benefit here or amenities of any kind.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. My name is Rob Knight, and actually right behind that building is where I live. We're in the 0102 stack. As Lexi said, 75% or so of the building did vote in favor of, I don't know if it's not supporting the project, but to certainly not get in the way. And those people are not directly impacted, we are. And when they talk about the co-op, that's the home to hundreds of people. Now, this started off as a 2-story Legal Seafoods. Now it's a 29-story building. It's going to be a new beacon in Kenmore Square, but it's completely out of proportion to Kenmore Square. I've been in Kenmore Square for 50 years. We have a business there. I own 2 units in the Kenmore Towers, and it's a charming place. I think the idea of improving traffic is great, but this building, again, is totally out of proportion. We're very, very concerned. We're going to live right on top of the construction site. We're super concerned about pollution. We're super concerned about our health and the traffic. There's a lot of metrics. There's a lot of numbers. Candidly, I don't think anybody really understands them. But what we do know is it's going to be noisy, it's going to be loud, and it's going to dramatically impact our quality of life. So I think, again, the points have been made. I think they were very eloquent. But our quality of life living directly in front of that site is going to be horribly impacted, and I just hope you take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming.
Hello, I'm Corey DiBenedetto. I live in the area. I've been coming to the area my whole life, mostly to Red Sox games and whatever other reasons. I don't want to spend too much time talking about, its relation to the square. I mean, I'm sure that's, you guys have gotten it this far. You want this thing voted before. You probably will go unanimous on the vote. I mean, you guys don't say no to anything. But I'm just going to put aside the fact that you're essentially stealing from people. You're breaking current zoning laws to steal from people, many of which are of retirement age. And I don't know if you care at all about it or what, but I'm just going to get past that. And I want to talk about the safety of the people of Fenway Park. Now, it's known.
I'm sorry, sir. You have to stay at the podium. It's only because so that
yeah,
we
no,
can
so
hear,
you can hear me. I can hear. I got it.
Yeah.
Now, it's known that Fenway Park is a target for terrorism. It's probably the biggest symbol of freedom we have in this city. It's one of the biggest symbols of freedom we have in the United States. And it is currently a target. It's currently being researched by many people of how to attack it. And there is no hotel that looks into Fenway Park, let alone have, hundreds of rooms that look directly into Fenway Park, into its people, into its thousands and thousands of people on a nightly basis. And this is going to continue forever. Now, if something were to happen, the mystique of Fenway is gone. And what we have is just a monument to one of the worst decisions this office has ever made. Now, you have a very important decision to make tonight, and I really hope that you understand that and understand the ramifications that are involved. And someone has to be responsible for this. And if you guys want to accept it, now you are responsible. And that's really all I have to say about that.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time. Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition of this project? Please come to the podium. Okay, hearing and seeing none, I will give the opportunity for the development team, if you so wish, for a rebuttal, or do you want to say anything?
Not speaking for the development team, I'll speak for us,
Yeah, for us,
as an agency reviewing this project. And Issa, I know, stands where she stands, but I just want to let her know that in the course of the transportation review of this project, it's been reduced from 4 lanes to 3 lanes on that new street. So I just want to make sure Issa knew that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So any questions from the board?
Go ahead.
You're working with a very distinguished architect in Jeannie Gang, and I'm curious as to why we haven't heard anything from the architect about this project. I mean, I kind of feel as though we're being asked to look at and approve an urban planning project, which is fine, that will bring significant urban planning, potentially improvements to the area. But I'm a little surprised that we're not hearing anything from Studio Gang.
My name is Weston Walker. I'm the design principal in charge of this project for Studio Gang. We did not provide a detailed overview of the design here, but the key feature of the design that emerges from the urban plan is that the building's tapered form is created to preserve as much possible public space at grade as we can do. We use a logic of bay windows that increase the floor plate size as you go up, and that allowed us to keep the plaza at its maximum size and gives the building interesting, more human scale, and provides some interesting bay window geometries for the hotel rooms, bringing in additional light and views to those rooms. Materiality, we'll be using, we did not want to put a very glassy building here. We're imagining, and we've been looking at the facade design through various lenses, including energy performance. We're going to have about 40 to 60% window wall ratio, so there'll be a substantial amount of the facade that will be solid material, which we're thinking to be ceramic, perhaps tile, or a kind of mineral-based product, so it will be more matte and more consistent with the color and texture of the neighborhood. The glass will be not highly reflective, so that it does not incur bird strikes and glare issues around the site. And the building has also some features around the base of it, including a canopy and some larger pieces of glass that do two things: make the public realm very comfortable around the base of the building from a wind perspective, as well as to really promote transparency and a lot of visual access inside and outside, and kind of spatial flow and continuity from the plaza into the building, so that the plaza and the building are really working together as one active space. There's a significant food and beverage program on the first floor, and that's what kind of spills out to the north side of the plaza, which is where the widest part of the plaza is. So I think those are probably the key features that are relevant for me to address right now, and I'm happy to answer any other questions that might come up.
And could you elaborate on some of the shadow and wind impacts? I mean, I understand that you're looking at mitigating some ground floor wind effects, but ordinarily a building of this size, given that it's not yet surrounded by the project that you've ghosted into the background there, I think that's the Rosenthal project. Could you just speak a little bit about shadow and wind impacts in this area?
Sure. So starting with wind, we did a in-depth and iterative process of wind modeling with RWDI, looking at I think about a dozen or more markers across the site, looking at wind speeds and safety issues resulting from those wind speeds, and modified some, we brought the canopy in to mitigate some of those, as well as what was briefly mentioned by Jeff, some basically art features that function as wind protective screens on the north side of the building. So all of the findings from the wind study were we were able to address all of the problem areas through some of those design elements. For shadow impacts, the majority of the shadow on our building is obviously on the north side of it. It is a relatively tall and slender building, so the shadow behavior is a fast-moving shadow. We did, as was noted earlier, talk to the Esplanade about some of the far-reaching winter shadows that touch that. But mostly the good news is that the plaza will be shady in summer, and the vast majority of our building shadow impacts are Commonwealth Avenue and the direct environs to the north of that. There's no real sensitive sites directly in that area. So the shadow impacts were essentially not found to be very detrimental to the context.
With all due respect to, oh, thank you. With all due respect to the last speaker in opposition, we do feel quite responsible for the decisions we make. And to that extent, I was a little surprised that there doesn't seem to be much evidence from the Red Sox as to how they feel about this. Could someone comment on that?
Well, they've got projects that have Tim as their project manager.
Yeah, sorry, this is not the.
I just want to say I take exception to that remark. But the development team, and Damien can speak to this, has been in close contact with the Red Sox about this. This is obviously, an impact on their operations. We have not received any comments from the Red Sox. I don't want to speak for them, but I think the sort of the absence of a comment says something. And I don't know if Damien wants to chime in.
Yeah, I can add to that. So we've gone through an extensive peer review on the traffic component. Not only did the city hire 2 outside peer reviewers to go through our traffic plan, but the Red Sox also peer reviewed the project, as did BU. So we've had a lot of sets of eyes looking at this project. From all of the discussions we've had with the Red Sox, they're thrilled to have a hotel. They think, as a comment was made earlier, there's a gap in hospitality for their clients, and they see that as a big opportunity for fans of the game. They think, from what we've heard, positive feedback on the activation of connecting the north and the south side, which has been decoupled. So the discussions that we have had to date have always been positive, and they have not brought up any concerns with us. So that's been the dialogue.
Okay, and you have a very distinguished urban planning consultant here, with whom I've done work years ago, and I'm very impressed with the effort to reconfigure Kenmore Square. 2 questions occur to me around that. One is, how does this interface with the existing bus terminal in the middle of Kenmore? And secondly, while there's a high unlikelihood of this, what happens if this reconfiguration fails? And by that, what I'm referencing in particular, given that you brought up New York, is that in New York, when Times Square was reconfigured, it did become safer, and business improved for many of the small businesses when a lane of traffic was removed, and we're all thankful to Mayor Bloomberg and his traffic planners for accomplishing that. But those changes were made in such a way that they didn't put a new building in the middle of Times Square in a way wherein if new congestion was created, it couldn't be reversed. And the sense I have from this plan is that if this change is made, which I think I favor, but if this change is made and it turns out that it generates new higher levels of congestion in Kenmore Square, what then is alternative B for reducing that congestion?
Well, I'm not I'm not the traffic expert, but I have to rely on the studies, and as you heard, there's been more studies on this project than I've ever seen on a project. Clearly, it's an area that deserves a lot of study because it is so important from a traffic standpoint. Let me address the MBTA bus first. We're not really making any changes east of the intersection with Brookline. So the bus approaches the station and exits the station in an identical path to its current path. The difference, of course, is that as the bus approaches from Commonwealth Avenue, it's no longer a straight shot, but that the bus has to make these 2 turns, which of course have been designed very carefully so that the bus will fit very easily through it. The team has had extensive conversations and continues to have them with MBTA to make sure that that's going to function. But it's essentially just a couple more turns. Your second question is one I've never been asked before, so I don't have a prepared answer, except to say that we've done a lot of projects. I've done projects all over the country that have actually reduced capacity of roadways, which this one doesn't try to do. We were given the mandate from the beginning that the capacity of vehicles through this intersection, ignoring bikes and humans, had to remain the same. And we in the projects I've done when we've reduced capacity, we've found that there's an equilibrium that happens. Congestion is the constant. And in congested places, you will find that people put up with the amount of traffic that they're willing to accept. So we've never had a project that's quote unquote failed in terms of it not functioning afterwards. This project, in contrast to those other ones, we have a lot of confidence that the flow will be maintained. It actually simplifies the interface of vehicles through the heart of Kenmore Square. So there's every reason to think that it should succeed.
Okay, and then my last question, which also relates to that, is that the city, the region, the world really has had a major set of issues over the last few years about Uber and Lyft and stopping and going. And I found it difficult to accept the premise that hotel users would arrive there primarily on the Green Line, which means that a key element of this reconfiguration is going to involve what I think was 5 spaces that may have been set aside for the hotel for pickup and drop-off. Is that sufficient? And I asked that in relation to the question I asked about Studio Gang and the design of the hotel and its impact on just people coming and going with luggage.
Yes, I believe that was not our premise, that most of the customers would arrive on the T. But in any case, the size of the parking of the lay-by space is based on similar hotels in Boston of similar size that do quite well with the same amount of space. Damien, do you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, I'll add a little more color to that. So as part of the peer review process with the City of Boston, the peer reviewer looked at that issues and identified a need for additional spaces. The plan that was resubmitted calls for 6 spaces as drop-off. And in addition, and it's not as clearly noted here, we also have a Beacon Street component here for loading as well. So we've actually separated loading and service from the actual passenger drop-off as part of this process. And so that was part of the conversion of the 4 to 3 lane that Tim mentioned and the peer review process that we went through.
And I just wanted to reiterate that that we did engage with a third-party peer review, which is not typical, but given the transportation implications of this project, we thought it was important to get a third set of eyes on this project. And so a lot of that advice was sort of folded into the final product. And I just lost my train of thought, but I just wanted to reiterate that I found it again. We're continuing to. I apologize. One of the components of your board approval memo that you may have noticed is a sort of acknowledgement of the ongoing collaboration through the Transportation Access Plan Agreement process and the MBTA licensing process with our partners at BTD and the MBTA to ensure that the modeling that has been done on this project and the modeling that has been checked by the peer reviewer does in fact manifest itself in the predictions that we've made. And so that's an ongoing collaboration. I think this is, we have a really great relationship downstairs with BTD, but I think this is the closest that we've worked with all the different divisions, active transportation, signals, engineering, planning, of any project that I've worked on.
Okay. Thank you. Any additional questions from the board?
Can you talk about the construction phase and how you're going to avoid gridlock in this area during construction and how long it's going to last?
I'm going to ask David Roach, our project manager, to walk you through it here.
How you doing? David Roach with Mark Development. The first stage would, of course, be the demolition of the building. It would be a fairly typical process where the sidewalks immediately adjacent to the project would be closed and the building would come down. The next step would be they'd relocate utilities through the where the existing building is today. So that's outside of the scope of the existing roads. That would lay the groundwork for creating the new road. That's really the next step. Once the new road is created and the new traffic signals are established, the traffic pattern you see there is set. And now we actually have this large area, this plaza, to work with as a staging area for this project. If it had been in the old site, it would have just been this little postage stamp of a site. We actually create this luxury of additional area to build to have less externalities on the roadways. So once that traffic pattern's in place, you're really looking at how things will be in the future.
And how long is the utility installation phase? Because that seems to me when the streets get all blocked off and torn up.
So the majority of that work actually occurs outside of the roads and within the project site. Many of the utilities come down and U-turn back down Beacon Street. So we really just kind of cut the corner with them. That's the sewer, gas, and water lines that cut through that area. There will be a bit of work with electrical relocations that occur within the roadways. We're expecting that to be in the order of 4 to 6 months, hopefully off season from when this is its busiest during the summer.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions from the board?
I have a question or comment. The question is it going to be a structural job or you poured concrete?
This will be a concrete building.
Concrete. Very good. And Tim, I want to applaud the BPDA and the city for the work that they did and all the public benefits that you got. Basically what you have is an decade Citizen Bank branch site. I mean, a lot of people, I say sometimes we act like a big town sometimes rather than a city. This is a city. And I know there's opposition. You never get 100%, but the majority of the co-op people, 75% I think was the number, spoke in favor. They are the most direct abutters. I think it's a great building. I know you never satisfy everyone, but I think it's going to be fantastic for that area. It's going to be an iconic building. So great job.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, we are going back to item number 27. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the development plan for Planned Development Area number 107, consisting of the construction of 235 Old Colony Avenue, Washington Village in South Boston. This hearing was duly advertised on November 27, 2019 in the Boston Herald. In a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency, staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, others who wish to speak in favor of the proposed petition are afforded an opportunity to do so under the same rules of questioning. Following that, those who wish to speak in opposition may do so, again under the same rules of questioning. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain, and at that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Stephen will present once we close the door. And quiet again.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. I'm requesting that we table the hearing on this item until future date.
Okay. So, considering that, a motion is in order.
I move that we table this hearing until a future date.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes to table.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go back to item number 19. Request the authorization to issue a certificate of approval pursuant to Article 80, Section 80E-6 of the zoning code for the construction of 45 residential units, including 10 IDP units, including 5 artists live-work units, and 19 parking spaces located at 10 Stoneleigh Road, formerly known as 35 Brookley Road, and to take all related actions. Aisling.
Thank you. Thank you and good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, Secretary Plimus. On September 16th, 2019, Brookstead LLC filed a small project review application with the Boston Planning and Development Agency for the proposed redevelopment of 3 parcels of land on Brookley Road and Stedman Street in Jamaica Plains, Stony Brook neighborhood. Collectively, the 3 parcels total approximately 16,290 square feet and are presently occupied by a single-story industrial building owned and operated by a petroleum company. The small project review application submission identified an address of 35 Brookley Road for this proposed project, which has since been revised to 10 Stoneleigh Road. The proposed project before the board this evening calls for the construction of a 45-unit residential building totaling approximately 39,858 gross square feet, and which will provide 10 inclusionary development policy units, including 5 ground floor artist live-work units. The proposed project provides a commendable level of affordability, with 22% of the building's total units being restricted between 30% and 70% of the area median income. This area of Brookley Road, Stoneleigh Road, and Stedman Street is identified in Plan JP Rocks, which was adopted by this board in March of 2017, as one of 4 areas for suggested changes from the base zoning for future development and improvements. At 4 stories, the proposed 10 Stoneleigh Road project meets the story limit for the density bonus area within which it falls, while the project's design has been developed to provide appropriate setbacks to the single 3F 4000 zone properties the project faces on Stedman Street and Brookley Road. The proponent has worked with the BPDA's housing policy team to provide deeper levels of affordability, which translates to units available at lower percentages of the area median income than required in lieu of a partial unit payment to meet the entirety of the affordability requirements of Plan JP Rocks. I thank my colleagues Tim Davis and Lizzie Torres and the proponent for their collective efforts to provide these IDP units at deeper levels of affordability in direct response to feedback received from the community and advocates of affordable housing in the city. In addition to increased levels of affordability, the plan further calls for a cluster of artist live-work units in this area of the Stony Brook neighborhood. The provision of 5 artist live-work units at 10 Stoneleigh Road, available at levels between 30% and 70% of the area median income, will add substantial value to the inventory of artist live-work housing in Jamaica Plain and the city as a whole. The proponent has committed to significant public realm improvements around the project locus, including the construction of new sidewalks, plantings, and greenery adjacent to the project on Stoneleigh and Stedman Streets, both of which presently do not have sidewalks, and the replacement of the existing sidewalk along Brookley Road with an improved and compliant public realm. The proponent has also engaged with the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture on the procurement and installation of a mural on the building's stair tower. We're joined this afternoon by the development team, their representative John Polgini and Bill Mensinger of Embark Architects. I will turn it over to Matt Zoller with the development team, but we'll be happy to answer any questions the board may have afterwards.
Thank you.
Hello, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, members of the board. Thank you very much for hearing about our project today. I just wanted to introduce myself and the team, and thank you for looking at what is a very important part of Jamaica Plain and is in the nexus of what has been a community process through JP Rocks. We're very excited to move this project forward. We think it brings a lot of benefits to the community, and we're hopeful you will feel the same way. So thank you.
Okay.
I'll turn it over to John.
Okay.
John Polgini.
Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, thank you for having us here this evening. As Aisling stated, this is kind of a unique process because it's 45 residential units, 10 of which are affordable, but which is unprecedented in itself at 22%. But it's more important, it's what the AMIs are. Out of that, you have 4 units at 70% AMI, 1 unit at 60%, 3 units at 50%, and then 3 units at 30%. So it's really been a great project. It went through a tremendous community process of over 8 months. And as a result of that process, I feel like the project that'll be explained to you by Bill Messenger right now
really has become a better project because of that. So at this point, I'd just like to turn it over to Bill Messenger, have him walk through the designs, and we'll be here to answer any questions. But thank you for having us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So here's just a project site. You can see Washington Street here and very light Brooklyn Street, and here's our site here. So you can see the rhythm of developments along Washington as they step down. So you have a 5 or 6 story building along here, 76 Stedman, a 4-story building, our site, and then recently approved 50 Stoneleigh, Stedman, thank you, at 3 stories. Some existing site views. You can see the state of the site in the neighborhood, excuse me. And some more just views looking back and forth at the corners of the site. So you can see the conditions of some of the sidewalks that exist or barely exist there that we are proposing to reconstruct with new curbs and safe curb cuts. So here's a view as you're coming down Brooklyn Road from Washington Street. This is the main view, the main entrance where most people will be walking from or driving from. So here is the main entry piece. So the building is kind of plinth by a parking garage and a main entrance piece, which is articulated with these bright kind of pops of color, which also speak a little bit to the live-work units that are around the ground floor. There are 5 of those, along with 1 additional studio apartment. We bring in hints of the pops of color to bring some interest there at the public realm, some warm tones of wood, and highlight that entry. And additionally, there's vertical stair tower here. Also, we're looking to commission a mural there to really establish a nice identity for the entrance and also say something about the artists, the community there. On the upper floors, 3 floors of residential units above. Clean articulation. The first 2 floors are painted clapboard with a series, a rhythm of bays and a moving, playful banding of windows that really wraps the facade. And then the top floor is slightly set back on the Stoneleigh side. However, on the Brooklyn side, it steps back over 20 feet. So it really is a 3-story building along Brooklyn, really relating to the 3-family neighborhood as you go down the street. Looking back from the other corner of Brooklyn down Stedman, you can see that setback up on the top floor also pulls back about 5.5 feet along Stedman, which relates directly to the building across the street that's been approved. This is the opposite view on Stoneleigh looking back towards Brooklyn. This being the main parking garage entry off of Stoneleigh Road. We'll look at the plan to see how we've made some modifications to make the neighborhood a little safer as well. And then looking down Stedman back towards Brooklyn as well. So you can see that setback on the top floor here trying to respond to this building here. Just views of the elevations. Give a clean articulation of this. Here's the front entry, the stair tower with the mural, the 2-story or 3-story banding that kind of wraps all the way around. So this clapboard, this articulation will wrap all the way around the facade, and one place that stops is right at the entry. It all comes together, and that's where those wood tones and balconies and things come down. So it really helps try to bring that warmth down to the front entrance of the building. For the landscape, the building, we try to really take advantage of as much open space as we can on the ground floor. The building is not a straight shot, so it does articulate in and out, bumps in and out. So we're trying to accommodate bike parking. We have bike parking that's covered for 18 parks. There's a community pump station in this corner as well. Native species and trees and shrubs wrap around all the way around the building to help soften those edges around those new sidewalks that we're proposing to build, as well as create some nice private, small little balcony patios for the live-work units around the edges. And here's just the first floor plan. The main entrance being right at the front here, so this is where that covered orange mango-colored awning is, with the mural right along this piece right here. pretty simple floor plate, one entrance, one driveway in, curb cut along Stoneleigh, 19 parking spaces via stackers. We used to have a drive-through, so one of the changes that we did make during the process was to eliminate the curb cut along Stedman. So now we have no curb cut along Stedman for a nice, safe walk along that street. We also increased the setback along Brookley Street from 5 feet to 8 feet. And we added that 20-foot step back on the top floors to reduce that building to a 3-story building along Brookley Street. That pretty much wraps up the design. We thank you for your time, and we open up for any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. So any questions from the board?
I have one question, which is, are you achieving the deeper affordability using public funds, or are you just achieving that with the, with your own development funds?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, we are using market rate financing for this project. We are not using any subsidy to achieve that, the construction of this building.
Impressive, thank you.
Thank you.
Tim Davis, Housing Policy Manager. I did want to say that the one thing that is a small financial difference is that instead of a $59,000 partial unit payment, they deepen the affordability on one of the units. So that was a trade-off to get us a little bit more deeper affordability.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions from the board? Okay.
No, but now we know it's possible. For all the other developers out there. You set a nice new precedent.
And I would like to comment that I do appreciate the pop of color coming through. I appreciate a pop of color myself. But also the art, the mural. And I think this is a very important community in the city of Boston. And I would just encourage you, I mean, I'm all about artistic freedom, right? Like, you know, not trying to impose anything, but of you to take that into consideration as we make decisions about kind of the art or who the artists are that we ultimately house and display. So that was just a comment. Any other comments, questions from the board? Okay, hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Nice
Thank you.
project.
Okay, item number 20. Request authorization to issue a scoping determination waiving further review pursuant to Article 80, Section 80B-5.3D of the zoning code for the construction of 65 income-restricted residential units, 4,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space, 18 parking spaces, and covered bicycle spaces located at 1595 through 1599 Columbus Avenue, to recommend approval to the Board of Appeal for necessary zoning relief on petition 102363 and to take all related actions. Ashley.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, Director Golden, Secretary Polimas, members of the board. Some more affordable housing in Jamaica Plain for Carol. On July 11th, 2019, the Boston Planning and Development Agency received a letter of intent from Urban Edge Housing Corporation, which was followed by the submission of a project notification form on August 26th, 2019 for the proposed project at 1595 to 1599 Columbus Avenue in Jamaica Plain. Urban Edge is a well-established developer of affordable housing with strong roots in the communities of Jamaica Plain and Roxbury, and with this proposal, seek the construction of a 6-story, approximately 80,000 gross square foot residential building containing approximately 65 units of affordable housing. 4,000 square feet of non-residential space on the building's ground floor will provide the opportunity for a commercial tenant, artist workspace, community use, or residential amenity space. 18 accurate parking spaces will be accessible from Amory Street, while one secured and covered bicycle storage space per unit will also be provided. I'd like to thank the members of the Impact Advisory Group who participated in this Article 80 review process for their commitment to their neighborhood and the city of Boston as a whole. We are joined this evening by staff from Urban Edge as well as the project architect Util. We'll be happy to answer any questions the board may have at the conclusion of their presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Director Golden, Secretary Polhemus, and members of the board. My name is Emily Loomis, and I'm the Director of Real Estate with Urban Edge Housing Corporation. Urban Edge is a 45-year-old nonprofit community development corporation located in Roxbury. We build affordable housing. We own 1,300 affordable homes in the city, and we also provide community services, which include credit counseling, foreclosure prevention, and first-time homebuyer classes. Aisling provided an overview of our development program for 1599, and I wanted to touch on a few points. We're proposing 65 new construction apartments. Those will include a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom homes. We are committed that this project is 100% affordable, serving incomes under 60% of the area median income. We're committed that a minimum of 10% of the units will serve households under 30% AMI. Our goal is actually that much more. 30% of the units, that would be 21 units, would serve households under 30% AMI, and we have submitted funding applications that would help us meet that goal. The project site is in the heart of Jackson Square. So this is the Jackson Square T station, and this is where the neighborhoods of Jamaica Plain and Roxbury meet along Columbus Ave. The site is here with frontage on both Columbus Ave on Amory Street. It's a very prominent location in the neighborhood. Urban Edge's offices are right across the street, and the site is within walking distance of Marcella Playground, the Southwest Corridor Park, as well as Stop and Shop. Urban Edge, together with our nonprofit development partners, community residents, and other stakeholders, have been actively working to redevelop this neighborhood for the past 20 years. These are some existing conditions of the site. Urban Edge acquired 2 separate abutting properties from private owners in this area. We're actually one of the first recipients of the city's vacant site acquisition fund. The purpose is to quickly acquire private sites in this neighborhood where rents are rapidly rising in order to secure them for affordable housing. I do want to point out that on this corner, which is at the corner of Amory Street, there is an existing 3,000 square foot lot owned by D&D. They put that out to RFP, and Urban Edge responded with a proposal to acquire and improve that lot. That's a separate project. It's not part of our 1599 development proposal. But this week, D&D did recommend Urban Edge to be designated for that site. That will go to the Public Facilities Commission in January. It's a separate timeline, funding, and permitting approval process, but if designated, we expect to work to create publicly accessible open space on that site that would complement our proposed development at 1599 Columbus. With that, I'd like to invite Nick Burens from Util Inc. to walk through the proposed design. Thank you.
Thanks, Emily. Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for hearing our presentation tonight. I'm Nick Burens. I'm an architect with Util. We're a local architecture and planning office in Boston. We've been working on this project with Urban Edge for quite a while now, and we're very excited about it. We've really been conceiving of the project in the context of a lot of the new and sort of recent development that's going on in this neighborhood. You might be familiar with 250 Center and 25 Amory here in the corner, which is directly across the corner from us, the new Horizons for Homeless Children building there in the foreground, which is in construction right now. 250 Center, another recent multifamily housing building that's been built within the last 10 years or so. And so we've been taking that sort of context as well as the guidelines laid out in Plan JP Rocks really as a guiding light for this project. And thinking about how we can address the primary goals outlined in the Plan JP Rocks, which were increased access to transit, increased housing density, and especially affordable housing, and then improvements to the public realm and pedestrian experience. And we feel like this project at 6 stories really fits in very well with its context and with the outlines for those in the plan. This particular area in Plan JP Rocks is actually outlined for heights up to 155 feet, so we're well within that requirement. Looking at the site plan here, you can see Amory Street on the top of the page and Columbus Avenue on the bottom. Jackson Square T Station is about a 1/10 of a mile down the new Amory Street extension, which the city's recently completed. That's a pedestrian-only access point. And so we have been conceiving of the building as really having two frontages. These are both important streets that were identified in Plan JP Rocks as being neighborhood connectors. And so we've situated our primary residential entrance on Amory Street, as well as all the vehicle traffic at the recommendation of our traffic engineer and BPDA. And then we also have a non-residential component of the building which fronts onto Columbus Ave to activate that street's edge as well. The massing and the setbacks of the building are all reflective of the dimensional guidelines required to provide complete streets improvements for both streets. Again, that was a priority in Plan JP Rocks, and we're adhering to that certainly with new street trees, new sidewalks, planting buffer zones, et cetera. I do want to just highlight for you, this is that parcel on the corner there that Emily mentioned that was recently the subject of the RFP, and you'll see in some of our renderings a few initial concepts of how we imagine that sort of dovetailing in with our project. Here's just a slightly zoomed in plan of the ground floor where you can see again that non-residential space along Columbus Ave, our main residential lobby with an entrance on Amory. We have a generous community room with direct access both to Amory Street and to that potential future open space on the corner. In coordination with staff review with BPDA, one thing that we've really been encouraged on since our initial PNF filing was to provide better access for the building residents from the residential portion of the building to Columbus Avenue. And so more recently we've adjusted the plans and pulled back the ground floor to create a covered walkway from Columbus Avenue back to the residential lobby of the building. We've also changed the location of the bike parking to align that with that main thoroughfare and opened up a little bit of additional green space on the project as well. So I'll just note that we are in an underlying industrial development area zoning district, and we will need to seek some relief from the ZBA for that, for residential use, for FAR, and for height. Out of an abundance of caution, we're also seeking relief for open space per unit, although we feel we are in compliance with the requirement, and with some of the recent plan changes, we think we've improved that compliance additionally. So here's a view of the front of the building on Amory Street, and you can see that potential open space. Of the building that's spanning through the block. And so we've come up with an architectural strategy of subdividing those main facades further with, here along Amory Street, we've used a language of sort of angled bays and vertically rhythmed cladding to accentuate that elevation, and you'll see something similar along Columbus. Stepping back here a little bit, this would be the view that you would see coming from the T-station in Jackson Square. Again, that open space here in the foreground at the corner there that's really leveraging some of the other public realm improvements that have been undertaken from some of our adjacent development projects at this intersection. And again, that sort of expression of, a building mass that really presents itself to Amory and also to Columbus here. We're conceiving of the materiality of the building with sort of two primary claddings. As I mentioned, a vertically patterned, probably metal siding on those two main street elevations, and then in the interior of the block, a sort of neutral but subtly patterned fiber cement panel siding. And we think that'll, again, sort of mitigate the overall mass of the building and provide a nice sense of scale and texture. This is a view looking north on Amory, so Jackson Square is up in this direction with 250 Center in the distance there. And you can see here the orientation of the building, has really been considered to maximize light and views for all of the units. Really, the brief from Urban Edge is to provide as much affordable housing on the site as possible, and we've really striven to do that, and making sure that all units have, great access to light and views, even those at the interior of the site. A close-up here of the residential entrance on Amory Street. We're considering sort of a warm masonry treatment here at the ground floor to lend a little bit of warmth and texture to those entrance and sort of pedestrian conditions. And here you can get a sense of some of the beginnings of the streetscape design that we're working on with our landscape architect. So built-in seating at the building entrances, a planting buffer, and then new street trees. And so really we think this would be a drastic improvement to the existing conditions on Amory Street. And I'll move over to Columbus Avenue now. You can see we've applied sort of a similar strategy, but instead of popping portions of the facade out, we're actually carving into it here. And you can see how the building sort of sits quite nicely in context with the new Horizons building. Urban Edges property, Academy Homes, is right across the street here, and we've had great support from the residents there in our community process. Here again, you can see in a little bit more detail the Columbus Avenue elevation, that non-residential space here on the ground floor, which we're hoping to anchor with some sort of community benefiting use, such as artist workspace or some other community-focused organization office space. Again, just a small detail here of the facades, where we're suggesting changes in patterning of the cladding materials to create some rhythm and visual texture down the street, which we think will be very effective. And lastly, this view here of the non-residential entrance on Columbus, again with built-in seating, new street furniture, bike parking here, street trees. And again, you get this sense here of the cut-through that we've just recently added from Columbus Avenue back to the Amory portion of the building. I'll just close by saying we're super excited about this project, both from a design standpoint, but also because of the sustainability agenda that Urban Edges brought to the project. We're exceeding all of our goals for Article 37 for LEED compliance, and we're trying as hard as we can to incorporate passive house design principles for exceptional energy performance into the building. And so we think this is going to be, the most affordable housing we can provide in the site in the most sustainable way, and it's a very promising project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, does that conclude the presentation? Yes. Okay. So questions from the board? Hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Item number 21, request authorization to issue a certificate of approval pursuant to Article 80, Section 80E-6 of the zoning code in connection with the notice of project change for the construction of a building with 46 residential homeownership units, including 6 IDP units, and including 2 artist live-work units located at 30 Penniman Road for a change in ownership and to take all related actions. Ashley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening again, members of the board, Secretary Polimas. As you may recall, the 30 Penniman Road project in Alston was approved by this board on August 16th, 2018. The project is comprised of 46 homeownership units, including 6 inclusionary development policy units. Since receiving approval, the project has changed ownership from the original proponent of Jumbo Capital Management LLC to 30 Penn LLC. Today, we request your authorization to issue the necessary Article 80 documents for 30 Penn LLC, which will allow this project to move forward. We're joined this evening by Joe Hanley, counsel for the project, and we're happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you. Item number 22, request authorization to execute an amendment to the land disposition agreement with South Station Phase 1 owner LLC, or issue an estoppel and agreement addressing lender and mortgage rights and protections for the South Station air rights project, and to take all related actions. Tim.
Good evening, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary. The South Station Air Rights Project is a phased project over South Station containing a maximum of 2,725,000 square feet. The project has been reviewed under the large project review procedures of Article 80B. The BRA, by a vote taken on June 6, 2006, voted to authorize the director to issue an adequacy determination approving the final project impact report. The adequacy determination was issued by the director on July 19, 2006. A notice of project change was submitted to the BRA on July 29, 2016, and approved by the BRA on December 15, 2016. This is the 12th amendment to the land disposition agreement. For the proponent to finalize their loan for the proposed project, their lender is requesting language be added to the land disposition agreement pertaining to remedies under default by the proponent. The requested language is still being reviewed by BPDA legal staff, but will reflect only what is necessary and reasonable given lender requirements for financing of a project of this type and scope. David Perry from Hines, the project proponent, is available to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, and happy holidays.
You too. Okay, number 23. Request authorization to adopt a Fifth Amendment to report and decision on Lafayette City Center, Chapter 121A project for approval of financing and ownership restructuring for such financing. Renee.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. The Lafayette City Center Chapter 121A project is located downtown. It has an address of 2 Avenue de Lafayette at the corner of Washington Street. The project consists of an approximately 595,600 square foot building containing commercial uses for office and retail. The current owner is seeking new financing for the project. The new financing will be with Deutsche Bank and Wells Fargo. And in connection with such new financing, the lender is requesting that they also do an ownership restructure so that their limited liability partnership will be put into a limited partnership, but it is purely for the finance purposes, and everything else remains the same.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 24, request authorization to transfer 4 open space parcels located on Magnolia Street adjacent to the Ceylon Park to the City of Boston Parks and Recreation Department. Right.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, and members of the board. The 4 Magnolia parcels are contiguous, ranging in size from 2,485 square feet to 9,666 square feet. They're located on the Magnolia side of Ceylon Park within the park itself in Roxbury. Ceylon Park is bounded by Magnolia Street to the south, Intervale Street to the east, Bird Street to the west, and Ceylon Street to the north. As part of the ongoing process by the BPDA of sunsetting certain urban renewal areas where appropriate, the agency, working with the City of Boston Parks and Recreation Department, has determined that since these parcels are ostensibly a part of Ceylon Park and they're being maintained by the Parks Department, it is appropriate to transfer the Magnolia parcels to parks. In addition, this transfer will result in the BPDA no longer having liability associated with the ownership of the Magnolia parcels. This transfer will also result in these parcels being subject to the protections of Article 97 of the Articles of Amendments to the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Mass, keeping them as permanent open space for the public's enjoyment. Staff therefore recommends that the board vote to authorize the transfer of the parcels to the City of Boston Parks and Recreation Department as open space to be officially incorporated into Ceylon Park on Magnolia Street in Roxbury. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're jumping to item number 30. Request authorization to expend $150,000 to 15 nonprofit community organizations with funding provided by the Summer Street Hotel Project Benefits Fund, and to enter into grant agreements with said nonprofits. Sonal.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Golden. This is a request to enter into grant agreements with 15 organizations, details of which are in the board memo, coming out of community benefits funds from the Summer Street Hotel project, which was approved at the board in 2017.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you. Item number 31, request authorization to expend $100,000 to 19 North Alston and North Brighton nonprofit community organizations with funding provided by the Harvard Alston Partnership Fund, and to enter into grant agreements with said nonprofits. Gerald.
Good evening. This is, I believe, the 11th disbursement from this very popular fund. The number of grantee organizations keeps going up. This is the largest ever. Unfortunately, the annual funding to be distributed remains constant at $100,000. So there are a lot of organizations doing a lot of good work and chasing this pot of money. But it's one of the most successful things that we negotiated with Harvard. It makes for a lot of good work that gets done with the community in North Alston. So look forward to at least several more years while this benefit continues.
Okay, great, thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, now, number 32, personnel update. Heather.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. We have just a few items for your consideration on the BRA agenda this evening. One appointment to serve on a committee, Treasurer Carol Downs to be designated as a member of the Community Preservation Committee. One status change with details in the board memo. Enrico Romali, Accounting Manager in the Budget and Finance Department with a retroactive date of September 3rd, 2019. And lastly, 2 out-of-state travel items with details in the board memos. Shayna Berry, Project Manager, Business Analyst from the MIS Department, and Trinwin, Director of Workforce Development, Office of Workforce Development.
Okay, thank you. So any questions from the board? A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you. Thank you. Item number 33 is contractual. I need a motion to pay the bills.
I move we pay our bills.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, motion passes. And the last item, the director's update.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the members, this is a long one today, so I'm going to go real quick. I just want to say thank you. I want to thank you all for your support of this organization's staff throughout 2019, and I think we're ending the year with a lengthy and really substantive board proceeding, and I think it really highlights how hard the staff of this agency work, both internally here at City Hall, just as importantly out in the neighborhoods, engaging people in the communities in which they live, and working to get consensus on projects that mean better jobs and more of them, more units of housing, including a whole lot of affordable housing, better public realm, better public transportation. Our workforce is really intelligent. They're really hardworking. They're really mission-oriented and care deeply about the city and its people. And you saw that play out tonight. A lot of these processes are really challenging. They're not easy. And unanimity is often a rarity in the work that we do, but they work really hard and sometimes experience great difficulty through these really arduous and sometimes controversial processes. But they're focused on doing good for the people, and while there isn't unanimity, they get projects to a good place where we have that critical mass of support where people believe there's a lot more good coming out of the projects than not. And when we get to that point, they come to you. And you're the last stop, but your support of them every step of the way is really important. So I just want to say thank you on their behalf. I want to say thank you to staff for the extraordinarily hard work that they do. I want to wish you happy holidays, and I look forward to starting the new year with you in just a few weeks. Thanks so much.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, I need a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I move we adjourn the meeting.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Meeting adjourned. Woo. Thanks, Jen, for so long.
Conduct combat operations, humanitarian assistance around the world, and foreign military advising. We also conduct Toys for Tots in all of the local communities throughout the United States every year.
This program means to us, and it's our way as a Marine Corps to say thank you to such a wonderful city that's done so much for the Marine Corps.
71-year tradition helps tens of thousands of children every year. This makes a real difference.
Our success is not the Marine Corps alone, it's the communities. This is a community action program.
We need help. We need help to help these volunteers. We need to make sure that we help people that can deliver toys, pick toys up, drop toys off. We need to